Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted as a Zoom webinar pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. This meeting is being webcast on Comcast TV Channel 15 and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel at https://www.youtube.com/user/City of Hayward and on the city website at https://hayward.legistar.com/calendar.aspx. The mayor will call upon members of the city council, city staff, and other speakers by name and ask that they state their names before giving comments or remarks. Individuals participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. City council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand feature, and the mayor will call upon them at the appropriate time. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9, and they will be called upon by the last 4 digits of their phone number. It is requested that public speakers state their names and organizations, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received by email at list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov, city clerk at hayward-ca.gov, or via e-comment by 3 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and staff, published on the city's meeting and agenda center under documents received after published agenda, and entered into the record. Documents received after 3 p.m. through the adjournment of the meeting will be included as part of the meeting record and published the following day. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. In order to get the full Zoom experience, please make sure your application is up to date. Public members wishing to speak with the City Council can send an email to list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov or cityclerk@hayward-ca.gov.
Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting of the Hayward City Council to order. And before we launch into our agenda, I have some comments and a request. Last evening, President Biden issued a proclamation on remembering the 500,000 now Americans who have lost their lives to COVID-19, as he and Vice President Harris and their spouses observed a moment of silence on the White House steps to reflect on this loss and on the loved ones left behind. 193 Hayward residents were part of that sad, big number. And earlier today, many of us in our city organization gathered at our maintenance facility on Barnes Court to dedicate a tree in honor of city employee Robert Corona of our maintenance services department, who was one of those 193 Hayward residents who are part of that sad milestone our nation passed this week. President Biden also ordered U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff until sunset on Friday evening, and Hayward has accordingly lowered its flags in compliance. So in recognition of President Biden's actions to remember those 500,000 people, and I would say the 2.5 million people throughout the world who have lost their lives, including Robert Corona and the other 192 Hayward residents, I would like to ask all of you attending this meeting to join me now in a moment of silence. Thank you. So I'll now ask Councilmember Wahab to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you.
So I'll ask our city attorney, Mr. Lawson, to give us the closed session announcement.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There were 3 items on the closed session agenda, which was convened at 5. Please refer to the closed session posted agenda. Regarding items 1 and 2, with all members present, the council discussed and took no reportable action. Regarding the 3rd item, Mayor Halliday recused herself and did not participate. And with respect to that item, the council discussed and took no reportable action. That concludes the report.
Thank you. And with that, we will move on to public comments. Madam City Clerk, I don't see any hands raised from the public right now on the attendee list. Is there anyone you're aware of who would like to make a public comment on an item not otherwise on our agenda tonight?
Correct. I believe there is one person, Kelly, raising her hand. So I'm going to go ahead and allow her to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Abreu. I'm with Mission Peak Conservancy. Just wanted to update the council on a matter that's been going on for 20 years and in a remote area right on the border of Hayward, just outside the border. As you know, Hayward city limits goes all the way east out to Pleasanton, and somebody built an airstrip in a remote canyon near Stonebrae and Fairview, also near Palomares Canyon, 2 decades ago. And this is a quarter-mile east of Woodstock and Fairview, if you look it up on your maps. And city officials, of course, are pretty complacent about this because it's actually in an unincorporated area, and they feel like they can wash their hands of the matter because the city actually has no authority over the land use. And this is a little bit optimistic, maybe overly optimistic, because the city actually has contracted with the county, and the city fire department does provide fire services here. So the city fire department was asked to comment on the development about 3 months ago, and they submitted a list of comments and questions, what you would expect from, rational, reasonable public safety authorities who are interested in protecting public safety out there in these remote canyons, wooded canyons. And they submitted their list of questions and comments, and they still haven't heard back. So I would urge the council and the city manager and the public works director to please back up your fire department. Please support them in whatever they need for their safety and in their efforts to protect your public and protect the residents near Stonebrae. Thank you.
Thank you. And I expect we will be following up with our city manager regarding that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to make a public comment?
Not at this point, Mayor Halliday. No one else.
Okay. I do see a hand raised from council. So Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Primarily, I just wanted to raise a comment in regards to number 1, the comment that was just asked. I believe that we also have a Fairview MAC, and I would also recommend talking to them. I'll be honest with you, I'm unaware, so please email me if you would like to share more information. As well as in regards to our fire, I know that I am genuinely working with many different people for hopefully a wildfire prevention joint powers authority, and hopefully that can empower all our fighters, the firefighters, and see what we can do in regards to that. We know it's a growing problem. But beyond that, I would like to acknowledge Supervisor Valle and the recent passing of his mother. I'd like for the city to send him flowers on behalf of the city council and all of us, if possible. And we can arrange that in the back, and I'm sure our council colleagues would support something like that. I'm happy to initiate if need be, but I just wanted to highlight that for everybody else. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, well, first of all, and yes, I know we all, I don't know whether the rest of the council had heard about this. I know that the city manager and I were on a call. Yes, the call we have every other week about county things and health crisis, and it's organized by Supervisor Valle. He wasn't there, and the news was shared about his mother passed away. So I know that we all offer him our condolences, and I will ask our staff to get a message out to council members about that, or about your proposal, Council Member Wahab. And then I also just wanted to ask the city manager if you had any comments on that, or the comments from the member of the public who just commented.
Sure. And we actually, we don't actually have a contract with the county. The Fairview Fire Protection District is its own elected body. And so the board of directors of that fire district has contracted with the city of Hayward to provide fire services. So I just want to clarify that. Also, in addition to the fire department providing comments, our planning staff also provided comments on the project. So we are monitoring it and watching it, because obviously it does impact, our community, and we do monitor a lot of the projects that are on our borders. So just wanted to share that as well.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, if there are no further public comments, then we will go into our action items for this evening. We have one item on our consent calendar this evening, item number 1. I would, actually, I'd like to pull this off the consent calendar, even though it's the only item on it. And this is adoption of a resolution calling for a transparent, inclusive, and equitable 2021 redistricting process in Alameda County. As we all know, once a census numbers are compiled, which is going to take longer this year, there will be redistricting in the county for the county supervisor seats, and in not in Hayward, since we don't have districts for our city council, but a lot of other cities, a lot of our special districts. I'm going to ask Councilmember Lamnon, because I know that she has done a lot of work on this issue, if she has any comments on this item and would perhaps like to move it.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. This community group that has been doing the work, our previous speaker is part of that group, as well as local electeds from across the county and community leaders, really started out of a study session at the League of Women Voters. And from there grew into this coalition that is called the Alameda County Coalition for Fair Redistricting. I probably got that name wrong, and I apologize. It's not in front of me at the moment, but I've been writing it a lot. And just wanted to say that I really appreciate the council taking a look at this. And this doesn't advocate for where the lines are drawn or who the supervisors are or anything like that. It's simply building on the superb infrastructure that the county put out for the census. And I know the city had a huge piece in that. And really that opportunity as one of the most diverse places in the country to ensure that those diverse voices, whether it be through translation services, childcare, digital access, different times and days for these community meetings to happen, so that everybody can have a voice in how their neighborhoods are represented and whether or not the lines are drawn around the neighborhoods, through the neighborhoods, et cetera. So there's lots more education to be done about redistricting, but this is a great first step, and I appreciate this being on the agenda. Thank you, Mayor. And with that, I would be proud to move the item.
All right.
I'll second.
And seconded by Councilmember Wahab. And it is, by the way, because it's on the agenda here, a transparent, inclusive, and equitable 2021 redistricting process. That is a mouthful, but anyway.
It is.
So this would be a resolution from our city council. And on the motion by Councilmember Wahab on the motion by Councilmember Lamnin, seconded by Councilmember Wahab.
Mayor, are there any public comments? Just making sure.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me, but I don't see any hands raised, and the Madam City Clerk is shaking her head no. So thank you, though.
Mayor, can I just make a clarifying comment? Councilmember Wahab and Councilmember Lamnin, I think, was noted in the report, had both asked for this resolution to come forward, and Councilmember Wahab had mentioned she is also a member of the coalition. So I just wanted to clarify that as well, because that wasn't identified in the staff report.
Oh, I thought it was identified that they both had asked for it. And
they had both asked for it, but I had only indicated that Councilmember Lamnin was on the coalition.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great. And I think Councilmember Lamnin just mentioned that although anyway, that's who you were referring to, right? The previous speaker.
Mayor, may I comment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I appreciate Councilmember Lamnin's leadership on this, as well as the many people throughout the county that have worked on this. I do just want to highlight that redistricting, because it happens every 10 years or so, and it's been a little delayed because of so many other issues in our country. It is going to be a little bit delayed compared to what we are normally used to. But I just want to highlight why this is important to the public. Based on every single person, whether documented, undocumented, and so forth, we are able to allocate a certain amount of funds per individual in our city. This means money for our community resources, for a lot of improvements to our society in general. And that is why it's incredibly important to, in regards to the census and how eventually phase 2, which is basically the redistricting. And one of the importance that, Councilmember Lamnin and the staff report alludes to is the alike communities, is that it is incredibly important that we preserve, let's say, neighborhoods and communities of similar interests. We saw in the last redistricting that a city in Alameda County was split in half. They have 2 separate Congress members. Sometimes it's very hard for people to advocate through that measure. And there's a lot of other headaches that come with it if it's not done in a respectful way. And this just make sure that the city of Hayward and all of us basically stand in line with, standing with our community and the interests that we have. So thank you.
All right. Thank you both. And with that, seeing no other requests to speak, I will ask our city clerk to please call the roll, do a roll call vote.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, we will move on to item number 2. Well, I'll just say the motion passed with 7 aye votes. We'll move on to item number 2, which is a work session on the I-880 Winton Avenue and I-880 A Street Interchange Improvement Project to discuss selection of an alternative for the A Street one, and just, I guess, to be brought up to date on what's happening with the whole project. So with that, I will turn it over, I believe, to Public Works Director Ameri.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, Council Member. As you mentioned, and Alameda County Transportation Commission and Caltrans, in partnership with the city, are working on interchange improvements at I-880 and Winton Avenue and at I-880 and A Street interchanges. There are a few different design alternatives to consider, including 1 alternative for Winton Avenue, 3 alternatives for A Street, and for I-880 between the 2 interchanges. This is a work session, as you mentioned, to present the design alternatives and receive council input on preferred alternatives. Jorge Simbakeba, City's Senior Transportation Engineer, is here to start the presentation and turn it over to Angelina Leong, ACTC Project Manager. Jorge.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Madam City Manager. As Director Mary stated, we will be presenting this item with updates to what has been done since the previous presentation to the Council Infrastructure Committee, which was done in July of 2020. And it is my pleasure to introduce Angelina Leong, a project manager from the Alameda County Transportation Commission, who will be starting the presentation.
Thank you, Jorge, and good evening, council members. So we're going to focus this presentation on updates and additional information the project team has developed since our last presentation, as Jorge mentioned, that was presented to this committee in July 2020. So a really quick recap, Alameda County Transportation Commission is the project lead and has been working in close partnership with the City of Hayward and Caltrans. The project consists of interchange improvements at Winton Avenue and A Street and implements complete street features, mainline auxiliary lanes, and signal modifications. We have been working closely and will continue to work closely with project stakeholders and including having monthly PDT meetings with the City of Hayward and Caltrans, presenting project updates to this Council Infrastructure Committee, as well as seeking guidance from you. In addition, we have also met with Southland Mall property owners, Brookfield Properties, and Transform SR Holding to discuss the alternatives at Winton Avenue and their impacts to the mall property. This coordination really helped with the decision of the preferred alternative for Winton. So Alameda CTC and city staff have conducted extensive community outreach, such as holding multiple stakeholder meetings, including bicycle advocates, business owners, Southland Mall management, residents, and interested community members throughout the development of the project study report, project development support, which is known as a PSR PDS document. And we are currently in the project approval and environmental document phase. So based on input and feedback from the community, local agency, council, and PDT, which consists of the Kimley Horn team, the City of Hayward, and Caltrans, the objective of this phase is to obtain a final environmental document by adopting a preferred alternative to carry through in the environmental document. The environmental document will be circulated for public comment and documented in the final environmental document. Caltrans is also the CEQA and NEPA lead agency for this project. So back in July 2020, there were two alternatives for Winton Avenue and two alternatives for A Street that were considered. Since then, W1 has been eliminated from further consideration based on feedback from Southland Mall ownership, the extremely low likelihood of approval from Caltrans and FHWA for direct access ramp and additional cost to the city. Therefore, the only alternative for Winton Avenue is a double left to Southland Drive. For A Street, alternatives A1 and A2 are the same, which is a roundabout and a 6-lane configuration under the existing bridge structure. We got some feedback from Caltrans on A2, which has since been modified to include a 1-foot curb for additional clearance from the columns for safety purposes. In addition, the PDT also recommended studying traffic and safety impacts for an additional alternative at A Street, which is a 5-lane under the existing bridge structure alternative, which we are now calling A3. These are still pending Caltrans review and approval. The mainline alternative has not changed since the last CIC. This has been reviewed by Caltrans, and it was determined that adding the aux lane does not affect the vehicle miles traveled. So this image on the screen right now is an existing Winton Avenue, which shows a full cloverleaf configuration. If you can see my mouse moving right here. And on this screen is alternative W2. So this design remains consistent with our previous presentation, This alternative maintains the existing configuration on Winton Avenue and proposes to convert the existing I-880 Winton Avenue interchange from a full cloverleaf to a partial cloverleaf right here. This consists of removing the existing I-880 Winton Avenue interchange southbound loop off-ramp and northbound loop off-ramp, and lengthening the existing two left turn lanes at Southland Drive in the westbound direction. So the next slides will show the existing and proposed cross sections at cross section AA, which is right here. So this exhibit shows the existing Winton Avenue near Southland Drive, cross section AA, with 5-foot wide sidewalks in each direction, as well as varying travel lane widths. And this is the proposed cross section, which includes 5-foot sidewalks, as well as a 6-foot class 4 bike path with a 3-foot buffer in both directions. So the number of travel lanes will also be maintained as existing. So this is a figure of the current I-880 A Street interchange, which is a tight diamond configuration. And the next slide, I'll be showing, this is the existing A Street roadway cross section under the bridge. And it has 2 through lanes without shoulders, and a short left turn pocket and a 5-foot sidewalk in each direction. Alternative A1 proposes to construct double roundabouts at the I-880 A Street interchange wrap intersections and widen A Street. This alternative has the most right-of-way impacts, as it impacts all corners of the interchange and requires right-of-way acquisition of 2 existing properties. This option converts Arbor Avenue into a cul-de-sac right over here. And all alternatives would install a hawk signal at Happyland Avenue and A Street and remove the left turn access to Garden Avenue from westbound A Street and convert Garden Avenue to a right turn right out. So this is an exhibit of the A1 double roundabout cross section. The slope wall underneath will be reconstructed to accommodate the construction of 2 12-foot multi-use paths between the existing bridge columns and the abutment. Alternative A2 is a 6-lane configuration under the existing bridge structure as shown on the screen. This alternative proposes to remove existing sidewalks and widen A Street to provide separate turn lanes for ramp turning movements in both directions. As previously mentioned, this alternative would also convert Garden Avenue to a right in, right out. This exhibit currently shows Arbor Avenue being closed. However, based on community feedback, there is potential to keep Arbor Avenue open with the right in and a right out, or an exit only. This will be further evaluated as part of the traffic impacts. So here is the existing A Street cross section again that was previously discussed. And this is the proposed 6-lane cross section, which shows 3 10-foot lanes in each direction, as well as a 12-foot multi-use path in each direction. As discussed earlier, this alternative has been slightly modified from the previous committee meeting, where we've now included a 1-foot clearance from the columns in each direction for safety purposes. The additional alternative, A3, that is being studied is the 5-lane under existing bridge structure configuration. This alternative proposes to maintain the existing 5-lane configuration between the ramp intersections, widen the lanes to a standard lane width, improve traffic operations, and replace existing sidewalks next to the travel lanes with a 12-foot wide shared bike ped path, which is the same as the alternative A2 that we showed earlier. Like A1 and A2, this would also convert Garden Avenue to a right in, right out. So this is also on the same slide, the A Street existing cross-section. And so this is the proposed A3 cross-section, which shows 5 travel lanes varying between 11 feet and 12 feet, with a 2-foot clearance from the columns, as well as a 12-foot bike ped in each direction. So I will now turn it over to Parag, who is the Kimley Horn project manager, to discuss the findings from the performance analysis that was done for these alternatives that I discussed. Thank you.
Thanks, Angelina. Good evening. I'm Parag Mehta with Kimley Horn. So as Angelina walked you through, we have 1 alternative at Winton. We have 3 alternatives at A Street. And part of the evaluation process, working with Caltrans and help us make the decision on the performance, we kind of figured out 3 performance measures that we evaluated, which are safety, delay, and initial cost. So basically, they were primarily focused on A Street because we need to figure out each of the A Street alternatives and wanted to measure them for this 3 criteria. So safety basically measures the societal cost associated with the predicted number of severity of collision. The data for this measure is derived from a safety analysis report. So part of this project, we have developed a safety analysis based on the Caltrans guideline, and we are using the data from that. Delay is measuring the cost associated with the vehicle hours delayed. And this data was measured from the traffic operation analysis report that was prepared for this project, submitted to Caltrans in July 2020. That's still under review with Caltrans. And of course, the initial capital cost, which kind of measures the capital cost needed for project implementation. So going into each of the measures, so when we did the safety analysis for 880 and A Street and Winton Avenue, along with the mainline segment, we use the highway safety manual, interactive highway safety design model, which is the kind of gives us a predictive crash analysis. It's kind of a good report, as this is a summary of the results. Basically, this table is showing us how monetizing the annual safety costs for each of the A Street interchange alternatives. We're using the California, basically the benefit cost, economic parameter cost, multiplying it by rate of each injury type that was identified in the safety memo. And the cost per incident is based on the economic parameters that are published in Caltrans website. So we used the fatal injury severity, moderate injury, minor injury, and looked at no build scenario, which is the existing scenario, and then no improvements, A1, A2, and of course A3, the 3 alternatives. That gives us some ideas comparison. And as you can see, roundabout is inherently has a higher safety and shows a lower cost. Both A2 and A3 has lower cost than the no build. And these are all annual safety costs based on the, of course, the model and the safety analysis that we have run. So that's one measure. We also looked at benefit of basically the delay, cost of delay for each of this. So this table is basically monetizing the annual delay cost for each of the A Street alternatives. It's a conservative estimate because what we have done is looked at just the total peak period delay, which is 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon for each alternative, multiplied by number of working days, 260, to develop annual peak period delay and instead of just doing for the intersection, we have looked at corridor from Hesperian to Santa Clara. So it gives us some level of travel time from Hesperian to Santa Clara, looked at the total delay for no build, A1, A2, and A3. And based on that, we have used the Caltrans life cycle benefit cost analysis, economic parameters, which values, I think it's like $19.70 per vehicle hour delay to come up with this delay cost. So these are all the numbers that have been used by the process and methods that are accepted by Caltrans. So delay costs are measured based on travel time from Hesperian to Santa Clara, as I mentioned. And when you look at that, the alternative A1 roundabout shows much higher delay costs compared to no build and compared to A2 or A3. And one of the reasons for that is with the inherent operation of roundabout needs that gap opening for the traffic volume to get in and clear the intersection. And not finding that gap can lead to a backup on A Street. And in a peak period, it's likely that the alternative A1 can also lead to ramp backup and spill through to the main line. And so it's reflected in the delay cost for comparison purposes. And then the third is of course the initial capital cost. So basically, it's the capital cost needed to construct the proposed interchange improvements. The cost of A1 is $26 million compared to $19 million for A2, A3. A2, A3 are relatively similar in cost. They, of course, all three alternatives meet the purpose and need of the project, but as kind of indicated and shown in the earlier, A1 has a much higher right-of-way take. It impacts all four corners just because the size and the footprint of roundabout. So based on that, those three criteria of the above analysis, what it indicated is basically, yes, A1 has a higher safety benefit, but the higher delay and the initial capital cost compared to the other alternatives. Roundabout design is challenging as it increases the number of conflict points for non-motorized users, pedestrian, bicyclists, something consistent that we have heard from the community and so that's concern, and the challenges kind of leads to you need to consider that for roundabout. Alternative A2, which kind of improves safety compared to the no build, provides for better traffic operations compared to the other alternatives. As shown in the design, it channelizes traffic better. It uses the existing right-of-way under the bridge structure to provide for 6 lanes. We're still waiting and working with Caltrans to get approval on that for 10-foot lane width and 1-foot separation from the column. But overall, A2 improves safety and provides for better pedestrian bicycle facility. Alternative A3 is similar to existing, but it uses a sort of a different traffic signal timing just to compare with the no build. Still provides for better bike bed connectivity and improves the safety for that. And so that's the 3 measures that we have come across and then presented to Caltrans. We have a meeting coming up on next Tuesday to go over this more in detail, and your input would be very helpful to take it to that meeting as well. Next slide. So with just kind of wanted to give you an overview of where we are in the process. As we started the project initiation document, we are in the PAD process. We have draft technical studies ready. Part of the review cycle, Caltrans and PDT recommended to look at A3, do the safety analysis, and look at the intersection control evaluation to figure out what's a better alternative or what is the preferred alternative at A1 that we want to carry in the draft environmental document for circulation. So based on that, this is a expected completion date with technical studies going to Caltrans pretty soon after next week's meeting. And we anticipate completing the technical studies, including the engineering and getting Caltrans approval by summer of 2021, and then the environmental document circulation in fall of 2021. With that, depending on the number of comments and where we are, the final environmental document should be ready in winter 2022, which can lead to the final next phase of the project, the PSNE, which needs to be still decided. So that's just the schedule. And with that, give it back to Jorge.
Thank you, Parag. As Parag mentioned, we've taken a look at the analysis that was performed by the project team and ACTC. Staff's preferred alternative for the A Street interchange improvements is A2 because it fulfills the project's purpose and need by improving safety, improving the pedestrian and bicycle connectivity at the interchange, and minimizing right-of-way impacts as compared to the A1 alternative. Alternative A2 also has the lowest comparison cost and lower impact to traffic after implementation. However, most importantly, alternative A2 has community support that the other alternatives do not. Just this morning, the city staff received comments on this alternative from representatives of Bike East Bay. And in general, the Bike East Bay is supportive of alternative A2 with some considerations. These comments have already been shared with the design team. They're currently under review and have some draft responses, which we can discuss later during the Q&A session. Next slide, please. ACTC, the design team, and staff really appreciate council taking time to view this presentation, as well as reviewing the staff report on this critical item as we move towards the next phases of the project and the meeting that we have with Caltrans next Tuesday. As such, staff request the council provide feedback and select a preferred alternative for the A Street interchange. Thank you for your time this evening, and we'll now move over to the Q&A portion and feedback. Thank you.
Okay. Could you unshare your screen? It's easier. Thank you. Okay, I do see we have, first I wanted to say when you are, we are not, when you say we are selecting, I mean, we're giving staff direction. This is a work session. This really wasn't agendized as a decision, but we'll just be expressing our views on the preferred alternatives or the recommended alternatives. And so this is a work session, so we're going to go to public comments first. I do see we have at least one. So, Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. We do have one person, Dave Campbell. Please go ahead.
Mayor Holliday, City Council members, thanks for letting me speak. Thanks for receiving our letter today regarding the project, and thanks to staff for their support of option A2, which provides the best bike designs and connectivity, and in particular pays attention to the intersections and how bicyclists can safely get through the intersection. That design is by far the best. I do also want to say, since Alameda CTC is on the line, we do in general support roundabouts. The problem's been we haven't seen one we like yet. So on paper, there are some good ones. And I see a smile on the Alameda CTC rep's face. We worked on the Gilman 80 interchange. And the problem we've had with roundabouts is the designs include multiple lanes. And that's where the problems start. Pedestrians, particularly with sight impaired, people with disabilities, huge issue, and certainly daunting for bicyclists. So by taking option A2, I don't want to disparage roundabouts in general, and I want to encourage us to look at them in the right context. But here, where we have freeways and lots of traffic, it's really challenging. And that's our main concern with the roundabout option. For the Gilman 80 interchange, we're building a bike bridge and not even having to deal with that issue. Of course, that's an added expense that luckily we found the money for. So thank you again for these designs. And then of course, the Winton interchange, those designs look good. And we've been providing comments on the industrial as well as the Whipple interchanges to the south. And of course, all of the interchanges that Alameda CTC is working on to make these things bike and ped safe and friendly and connective. So thanks for letting me comment. If there's any questions, you can always reach me at dave@bikeeastbay.org. We're happy to answer any questions tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments and for your input on this. We always value your comments from the bicyclist standpoint. Okay, are there any other people wishing to make a public comment?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comments and we'll go to Council Member Zermeño.
We're just doing questions, correct?
No, this is questions and comments. It's a work session, so.
Okay, all right. So let's see. 4 quick questions, please. Jorge, Angelina, and Parag, and thank you for the report. It's very detailed, and I love what you guys are doing and what we could possibly do for public and pedestrian and bicycle safety. Will there be more lighting under the underpass? Because right now it's a cave.
Yes. So details like that have not been planned out, done detailed design on yet. That would be part of the final design plans.
Yeah.
But as we widen on A Street, as we widen the outside of the columns, between the columns and the abutment for the pedestrian shared use path, there will be upgraded lighting. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then I guess my three sections, I'll just rephrase a little. My other question, I'll just rephrase a little bit. I would love to have murals on those columns. Is that something that we can work on? So it's not a gray block.
Yes, I believe that's something we can look at.
Okay, good.
We can work with the Caltrans landscape architecture team as well to see what type of ideas they have.
Are we going to push for better cleanup of that intersection? It is the dirtiest intersection in the state of California. Is that something that we can work on?
That has been a challenge, Council Member, and we continue to work with Caltrans. One of the explanations that they have provided is that during the pandemic, they have reduced some of their services. I don't know how true that is, but we are working with them. It's a very big challenge at that interchange, as you mentioned.
I will say nothing negative about Caltrans. All right. On the underpass, could you put the slide up of the underpass of A, please? I have a question. All right. So let's see. Any one of them, really. Yeah, there you go. All right. And now go to the other slide where it shows the cross section. There you go. That's all right. Do you see where the bike and the pedestrians are walking up? Is there any way to put fencing from the bottom all the way to the top in order to prevent homesteaders from going into that inclined area? Because otherwise it may become a home for some folks. Is that something that we can possibly look into?
Yes, that's something that I believe can be evaluated by the design team as we move forward.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see. The Winton interchange is an excellent idea because it will prevent folks from, as they're going into Southland, they normally would take a right at Longwood into that neighborhood, and now the new way to do the Winton, they will not be able to go. They will not have to go into Longwood neighborhood in order to go into Southland. So thank you very much. That solves one problem. A lot of emails every Christmas about people going into Longwood and making a U-turn at that street and then going into Southland. So thank you very much on that. Let's see. It scared me when I first read removal of sidewalks. I go, what? Okay, but I kept on reading. Let's see. I also wasn't sure what RO was, but now I know it's right away. Let's see. I would love scenario A. The roundabouts, tremendous. But in the United States, our drivers are not used to roundabouts, unfortunately, as drivers in Europe and Latin American are. We put a couple of roundabouts over up in the hills, and people want us to put stop signs on before the roundabout. So that will not work here in this area. As I said before, this is excellent because it's bicycle safety, pedestrian safety. And those are all my comments. Please go forward with this. How many years do I have to wait to take advantage of this? 10 years, 20 years?
So our schedule right now, I think we have an estimated completion date of 2024, but that depends on the funding because right now we only have funding through environmental, but we will be actively seeking grant applications, maybe the ATP grants, since this is a complete streets project.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And my preference is scenario 2.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank all the presenters. The slides were really easy to follow along, so thank you for that. Consistency of the labeling of each alternative. And I just want to make sure, so I am in support of staff's recommendation. I think it makes the most sense with regard to safety, bike and pedestrian safety. Can you comment again? I wasn't quite sure what you said about Arbor. Is A2 potentially just going to be an exit from Arbor? Because I want to make sure that Arbor isn't closed off. So can you remind me of your comments with regard to Arbor?
Yes, so right now the exhibit does show Arbor as closed, but based on the feedback from the community, it does have the potential to have a right turn in, right turn out, or exit only. So we will keep that in mind, and the team is looking at that, and we'll be doing the traffic analysis for that.
Okay, wonderful. I think it's really important for safety reasons for police and fire to access that area.
Incident response.
Yes, as well as Garden, which is highly dense. So that's also a right in, right out, correct? Garden.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And then how are the lines of communication with the county? Because I believe Arbor is unincorporated, part of Hayward. So are they weighing in on this project as well? Are we getting input from Board of Supervisors or Planning Division with the county? Yeah, anyone who could answer.
I can take that. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Parag.
Yeah, I was just going to say that since the impacts are very minimal at county, we did have an earlier coordination with them, part of all public officials, and they looked at the improvements. We were not very sure about exactly what the improvements are going to be at with A2 or A1 and the preferred alternatives if you're keeping Arbor right in, right out, open the way it is. And the plan was to kind of go back to them once we have a little bit of more certainty. And the other thing is, as we move forward with the technical studies and environmental document, they would get to review the documents that will be publicly circulated. But if there are specific issues and we want to have a kind of a more focused meeting, we can definitely do that as well.
Okay. And then help me understand as we move closer. I know there was a comment made that we have funding up into the environmental phase of this project. At what point will we find out for actual construction what monies are available and what's the likelihood of us being competitive to access those dollars?
Yeah, so typically for grant applications, they want to see a ready project, ready for construction. So that does involve the completion of the design. So as the lead agency, Alameda CTC will be looking for funding opportunities to at least complete the design to be competitive for construction dollars. So I would say when we have a design consultant on board, that would be a better time to really solidify the construction begin date.
Great. And I know it's early and premature, but I'll echo my colleagues' comments with regard to lighting, murals, and just keeping that area beautiful for people to enjoy. And then also if staff could please check with fire and police in terms of whether or not they have any concerns with primarily being able, and actually I guess county sheriff as well, and county fire being able to access primarily Arbor and Garden Avenue, and just want to make sure that we can get to people in the event of an emergency. Thank you. And I don't like the roundabouts. that didn't make it. I think that would be a nightmare for that area. But thank you for your good work.
Okay, thank you. I just might add in an answer about the funding that this is on ACTC's list of the countywide transportation plan. It's on the comprehensive expenditure list or whatever those titles of those documents are. And the understanding is that once you're in the pipeline on that, it's not guaranteed, but it generally once you're in the pipeline and go along in the stages, you're most likely going to get the funding for the project, correct?
Correct, yeah. The transportation expenditure plan. Yes, the Measure BB.
Yes. So anyway, I just, and as a member, as Hayward's representative on ACTC, I will certainly push for the continued funding.
Yes, that'd be great.
And I'm sure whoever follows, if there's somebody follows me in that, they will as well. And so, okay, next, I'm going to call on Council Member Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also wanted to thank you for your ongoing advocacy regarding our transportation funding for Hayward. I know that's not a new thing for you, and we have great projects because of that. So thank you so much for your work there. And thank you, as was said, to all the staff who've worked on this and for the community engagement and so on. We just don't know how to drive roundabouts. So, do we do the education first? Do we do the building first? I don't know the balance there, but I agree that it's not going to happen for this project. I also support alternative 2. I think the case is well made. Just a couple other questions and comments. I appreciate Councilmember Zmenio bringing up the lighting and the murals, and I'll add my support for that. The other ones I'll kind of add to that list are signage. So for instance, on Winton right now, there's some missing signage. And so, hopefully that gets improved. Great if that got improved before, but, making sure that there's good signage going forward. And also if there's opportunity to remove billboards, I know we have a policy in the city to certainly not replace billboards, and if they need to go, that's okay with me anyway. And then I echo Councilmember Marquez's comments about the public safety access, and also as somebody who used to live in a right in, right out kind of place, making sure that there's somewhere nearby that U-turns can happen, because if you happen to be coming the other direction, then if there's not a safe way, and I know Garden currently is challenged to get access to, so I don't want to make it worse for folks. And certainly I don't want to make it difficult for folks on Arbor. So just making sure that there is, if people are coming from the not designed direction, that there's a way for them to get there quickly, whether that's a convenient and legal U-turn or things like that. My non-traffic engineering is showing, I'm sorry. My other priority there is pedestrian access, especially around both of those have a fair amount of pedestrian activity. Winton slightly offset from the Southland Mall area, but closer to the social service hub there. But A Street particularly has a lot of pedestrian access. And so I know there's the hawk signal proposed and anything else that's needed there to keep that safe. And then I would love to hear from staff responses to the Bike East Bay proposals, to the extent that you have that. I know that only came in today, but there was mention of some draft responses, and I would love to hear those.
Yes. So I believe Parag, can you touch upon a few? There was one specific question that was brought up on improvements in the La Playa Drive and Southland Drive area. That's something that the city staff is going to look at and evaluate, as La Playa Drive and Southland Drive are both private streets owned by the Southland Mall owners. We need to coordinate with them to see what improvements can be done and bring in those streets to city standards as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. And then there was a comment about aligning the bike lanes with the crosswalk, I think, as opposed to the street on the A Street side.
Yes. Parag, I don't know if you have that answer.
So, yeah, I have. So I guess we could probably, we didn't have any issues with any of the comments. I think most of them we'll look at and address. But to highlight, some of the questions were, basically, do you need that 6 lanes for option A2? Do you need the lanes beyond the bridge, east and west? Or can you continue the Refuge Island for safer crossing? And I think we will evaluate that. The purpose for those storage lanes beyond the intersection is to provide for lane channelization and improved operations. And so we are in a congested balancing the right-of-way footprint with making sure that we meet all the needs and provide for safety. So we want to make sure there is a refuge island, there's a hawk signal, the speeds are lower during peak period, but having that lane available for traffic also helps in overall, basically lane channelization, smoother traffic flow. These are all narrow lane width, and so that's something challenge that we are still working with Caltrans to get it approved. And we will look at this comment to see if we can, not have a more lane width or kind of provide for the island width the most we can within the existing footprint.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a lot of things to balance. Yes, absolutely. But these are good comments. The Hawk crosswalk, and can we not have a third lane in the eastbound direction and start after the Hawk signal? I think we can definitely look at it. Again, the challenge is, we just want to not put it in a way that it disrupts the traffic operation significantly, but I don't think this should be an issue, and we can definitely evaluate that. There was a comment on the buffered bike lane on A Street, which is a good comment, except again, we are competing in the same footprint for right-of-way for lane width and bicycle and sidewalk. And so for Winton, we can provide for buffered bike lane because we have the width available. For A Street, it's pretty constrained. And so we're going with the class 2. If in future, if there are plan or program to do more right away and do the buffered lane, of course we can incorporate that. So nothing we are doing is going to prevent from those future improvements. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, most of them were that we are addressing. There's the one comment more on a transit stop, and if you can provide for queue jump in the eastbound direction by the bus stop, which is but that conflicts with again Arbor right in and right out, and we have to shift the bus stop, and then leads to closure of Arbor. So I think it's a trade-off. So something we will look at it, but I'm not sure we can incorporate some of that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, but no, it's a good comment. We're all good comments, and it's very good, very timely. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Lamden. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. And just want to also echo the comments on public art, and was also thinking about some other opportunities for public art. And if you can plan for it earlier, you can actually do some really creative things. So I'm thinking about the Fremont Troll that's in Seattle, the lighting that's under the 87 in San Jose. They use light they have public art, but it's also light, but it also increases safety. So just something that you can also think about. And there's another opportunity for you to look at Aspire in Sydney. It basically has these golden trees that kind of hold up the overpass. So just some ideas out there that are not just murals, but if we can't do that, then I agree with Councilmember Zermanio on the murals. So one question I have is, I saw that there was outreach meetings to local residents, and just wanted to see how they were notified. I do have friends that live off the Winton exit, and they were unaware of this meeting or these meetings, and just wanted to see if there was postcards sent, or was it, how was the community notified in this area?
Early on in the process, when we had the community meetings, the city communicated via the staff, the leaflet, the stack, and I believe there were flyers in the downtown area where the community meeting that was being held were posted. I'm not sure if Angie or Parag have additional comments.
I don't recollect about direct mail, but yeah, there were, social media were used to reach out. There was a council meetings were used to kind of promote the meetings. And this was in the early design phase when we started the project to get the input. So we did do a workshop. There was a business owner outreach, which was specific to business owners, and through the Chamber of Commerce was involved. We did a bicycle and through the bike shop in Hayward. And so there were a number of different ways we tried to reach out, and then there was a separate public officials, just so public agencies outreach. And I'm not sure if there were direct mail or not, or somebody got missed out. So,
is there any other comments from staff that might want to add on?
Not at this moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of the information was, I remember seeing it electronically. So I was just curious to see if there was any other opportunities and what was the precedent for something like that. Is that something that, just because this is such a big project and it impacts so many people who live in that area and it's their daily commute, just wondering how they would be notified if they don't have access to that kind of communication. So it's something to think about, maybe a poster at Southland Mall, maybe something at a coffee shop, just in the future. So those are some of the things that I thought.
I think those are good points, and we can definitely include that when we have to circulate the public or the environmental document. So that would be a good venue. Appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you. And I'm in favor of 2 as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, so if we're expressing what we are in favor of, A2, right? Is that seems to be the chosen one. And my comment was similar to what Councilmember Andrews just brought up, regarding outreach and sort of our relationship with the county, particularly on Arbor Street. I think I don't know if it's a street or avenue, but on Arbor. Are the folks there, do we know if they're renters or are they mostly homeowners down that little street? Do we know that? Has that been ascertained?
I don't believe that has been part of the information collected.
I mean, the only reason why I ask is because that if I don't know if any of you have driven down that little street, but you have, there's a lot of little homes, small little homes. I would assume some are, you still have homeowners over there. I would assume there's a lot that are renters. And so, I would just really, when you think about outreach, outreach has got to be consistent, and it has to be, duplicative, right? Because people move month to month, every 6 months or whatever. And so I just wanted to kind of, make that comment. The other one is that, I kind of like, and the reason why I bring up Arbor is because I kind of like that idea on making Arbor a cul-de-sac and just closing it off to A Street. Traffic will then have to go down Arbor and then, on Lansing to Hathaway, I think. But, it would, I think that would probably be a lot safer. I'm sure and the other thing too about Arbor Street, a lot of people cut through Arbor Street to, get away from going down Hathaway, right? So they'll cut down, and there's a lot of speeding down that Lansing, Arbor, sort of L shape. But anyways, there could be some neighborhood traffic calming measures that kind of come out of this, which could be good. But anyways, I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum here, and so I do like A2, and I am pretty happy about the Winton configuration. It looks different on paper, but it'll be interesting to see what it looks like when it's built. And then one last question. Will Winton, will all of that be a new road on Winton throughout the whole overpass? Will there be a new road, or is it only the on-ramps and off-ramps?
The existing bridge, we're just going to be modifying the sidewalk and the railing. So there's no new construction for the structure. The ramp that needs widening would be, of course, the new payment. And then within the Winton Street itself, wherever we have to widen and modify, but we are minimizing complete reconstruction of the entire payment.
So I'm sorry, did you say that was not going to be a complete?
No, we are minimizing it, but then, depending on what it is, we'll need the overlay and restriping. And so look, newer one, but we don't have to reconstruct the entire ramps just because we're not reconfiguring the limb, but we're widening it and adding it. So, with a similar payment type, basically.
I think you're probably referring to the deplorable state that it is in right now.
So it would, it'll be repaired and overlaid, but it's not a complete reconstruction of taking the entire payment out. I don't know. We haven't seen and that we kind of assess a little bit more. And when we get into the design phase and do the coring and the geotech assign to the estimate, based on the information what we have, it would need some repair and some overlay, but it doesn't require, or doesn't look like it's warranted right now a complete full reconstruction.
Yeah. And lastly is, these two intersections, on and off ramp junctions, coming into Hayward, every freeway on ramp and off ramp coming into the city is significant. But I'll tell you, the Winton on ramp and the A Street on ramp are pretty significant on and off ramps. I mean, you get a lot of traffic through those corridors, and my only, my parting word will be this: design it as if these things are Hayward's gateways, and just make sure, and something that I'm going to be looking for as we, move forward through this process, whether it's, incredible artwork like what Councilmember Andrews raised, whether it's great mural pieces like what Councilmember Zermeño raises, but just be very mindful that these two junctions, right? These two on and off ramps are major gateways into and out of the city. And I just hope that Caltrans and ACTC treat these two areas as such, because that's what I'll be looking for as we move through this process forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you kept it under that 7 minutes. Okay, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to highlight A Street and Winton, the similarities in some aspects. As you guys know, I have many times have shared that I do live on A Street. I do want the ease of traffic to be able to flow without any waiting, if you will. Primarily as we have Costco coming in with a gas station, and it's, 2-3 blocks maybe away from the A Street 880 Exchange area. So I really want to highlight that planning very responsibly as to the impact of customers waiting in line, waiting in the queue, coming off of A Street, getting back onto A Street, and the lines being packed. Honestly, when it was suggested that, I was taking a look at this and just, again, these are photos. So I'm one of those people that need to see like the visual of how this actually looks or works. I'll still be watching out for that a little bit more, but I do want to highlight that. Part two, I want to say that the gates that surround, how the freeway is lifted, the overpass, the underpass, I have oftentimes seen that gate is completely smashed to the ground. Vehicles, obviously, whether they're speeding, whether it's an accident, whether it's anything, it is consistently smashed to the ground. Doesn't matter on what side you're looking, northbound, southbound, things like that. I do want to see some more analysis in regards to potentially the impact of speed, the impact of too many vehicles, and also the transition of when I first started to use A Street more often as my exit, being able to switch lanes appropriately, especially right as you get off. So I would like to see a little bit more around the safety aspects of it, especially if we are trying to encourage people to bike more and walk more, especially in these two particular busy corridors. I would like to ensure that safety is there. So even if a car were to have an accident, get smashed into, whether it's a fence or something, some type of barrier, that we are ensuring that the pedestrians in that area are safe. So I want to highlight that as my number one priority. Number two is obviously the Costco gas station and just the influx of customers. And, I don't want anybody to have to wait 3 blocks away because they can't get past just because people are trying to get gas and they're trying to get on the freeway, especially during our emergency issues, whether somebody's trying to go to the doctors or something like that. I want to highlight that. In regards to some of the smaller street, I have asked in the past, and I'm going to ask again, the ensuring that communication is done with our public safety folks, leadership around that, because I know when we, unbeknownst to us, because, this is, finalized and presented to us after a lot of internal conversation, I know that many people have complained about certain streets being closed off or tightened for certain measures because they use that as public safety conduits to travel through the city a lot faster. So I just want that conversation to be had as well before we close off any street or do a roundabout or do anything that could jeopardize potential safety measures, if you will. So I want to highlight that as well as a concern. And then as far as cleanliness, I know Councilmember Andrews and I feel very much the same way on a lot of the cleanliness issues in our city. I genuinely want these areas well lit, and I slightly, am not too much into a lot of the graffiti and so forth. So I want to be very nice, clean design. And if artwork is to be there, just to be very, very clean and making sure that there's not a way to put junk or trash to pile up, or some of these, we see that when we have certain gates, the trash piles up on the opposite side of the gate and vice versa. So I just want that to be considered as we move forward. The Winton area in particular, I know when I come from 880 South and exit off of Winton, it is sometimes difficult with the traffic coming once you exit to make that quick switch 2-3 lanes to get into the lane you need to go into Southland Mall. So I just want to, again, stress the fact that we need to kind of test this out or see what other options are available. If you guys have taken a look at some other cities and the designs that they've done, they have multiple left turns to get into a destination place. We have to identify the fact that Southland Mall and some of the surrounding stores are a destination place for a larger, members of the public. On A Street, for example, we know that, the gas station and so forth are going to be a destination place. So just being aware that once COVID lifts, those traffic measures may be different than, I'm not sure how far we've done our most recent measure, but obviously we know COVID hasn't impacted traffic. So I just want us to be cognizant of that. I think you guys have done a great job. I want to highlight 2 things. I do want the public to be more engaged. I am a renter, so I would also like to be informed when things like this are happening in this area. When there are community presentations, I know that we can do an email blast or social media post in regards to, hey, we have a Zoom meeting that is available to the public. And I also would like to acknowledge the comments by Bike East Bay, not only in their email that they sent us, but also whatever we can do to improve safety with Vision Zero. To ensure that we have 0 fatalities based on traffic or speeding or things like that. So those are my comments. I really genuinely appreciate the level of detail If we are to move forward, and if you guys, I'm assuming you guys are going to come back one more time to present a little bit more clarity as to where's the direction. If we can have this narrowed down as to a little bit more of what our limited options are at this point. Because as you guys know, I like to kind of mix certain things around. So I do want to highlight that. And then, you know, the areas between the ground anchors and, you know, up north, right? So up to the top surface level of the overpass. I would like that to be very secure and potentially just monitored as to what are our options around that area. Just primarily for safety. You know, a lot of people travel. A Street in particular has a lot of kids walking by, there's a lot of traffic. So I just want to understand how that's going to be looking like as we move forward. So that's my one request down the road. Other than that, again, thank you. I appreciate your time and energy on this particular project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to, I would like to go back to, well, I'd like to start with Winton. And I lived in that neighborhood for 30 years and have used that interchange many times. It can be very difficult, very challenging, and very unsafe all around. Now, I know that La Playa is not a city street. Is Southland Drive also owned by the mall owners, or?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It's private. It's owned by.
Both Southland Drive and La Playa are owned by the property owners of the mall, which is also in question. Which property owners of the mall? The Sears? Does Sears or whoever owns the side own La Playa?
There's different sections within. So along the street, it has multiple owners.
So I'm just going to say, first of all, that I am extremely disappointed in the reluctance of whoever owns the Sears property now, whether it's Sears or somebody else at this point, not being cooperative about the original plan. For so long, the plan for this intersection has been to come directly off of 880 to a signal and cross directly through into the Southland Mall parking lot somehow. That would work so much better than the way it is now, with that ridiculous Winton to Southland and an immediate left on La Playa. That causes so much confusion. So I would like to, I wasn't quite sure what you were talking about when you were talking about reconfiguring the La Playa Southland intersection. It doesn't seem like it's anything we could do because we don't own that. So what were you talking about there? I thought I heard that.
Parag, do you want to speak to the lane improvements that can be done at that intersection of La Playa and Southland Drive?
So just to address quickly the direct access, the Sears and the I guess the mall ownership, I guess the mall ownership probably preferred the direct access. Sears did not. It would be practically very challenging to get approval from Caltrans and Federal Highway to have a direct access. And the traffic pattern, the benefit were not that shown. And when we were doing the analysis, I think what the challenge is, you noted when you are on Winton and you have two left turn lanes going into Southland Mall. And as you turn, there's a smaller left turn, and then there is an immediate left going into the La Playa Drive from Southland Mall. Mm-hmm. And that backs up. Everybody stays on the left lane, and that kind of spills through. So an improvement within that, La Playa and Southland Mall, to provide for a better channelization and movement of the traffic would help a lot more to Winton. And as you noted, that's a kind of I think those intersections is part of the mall ownership, and kind of providing a I don't have the drawing in front of me, but a left turning pocket, a storage area to just get the traffic off so the through traffic can continue and the left turning can go on. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would like to see that closed off to a left turn. to La Playa because.
Yeah, I think that would be something that Sears or Mall would have to kind of come through, right?
Okay, we need to establish some discussions. We, the city of Hayward, I'm talking about, with whoever owns that property and controls that property right now. But okay, so the problem isn't just them; it's Caltrans as well that wouldn't have liked that. I mean, have you ever come down there and looked at it during a normal holiday season, which we certainly didn't have this year? But we really should try to do something. I mean, this will not help that situation at all. We have to put up, blocks in the middle of the street to keep people from doing it. And that's when the problem with Longwood comes in, with people going in and out. It's a mess. And this isn't going to help very much. But it's not, again, if we don't control that part of it, the Southland and La Playa, I don't know what we can do. But I was really disappointed to hear that. That had been a long time plan, and I was excited about it happening to, really help a situation that is just, especially at holiday season, backs up. But always that if you turn left from Winton, I mean, if you live there like I did, I did it all the time. I turned left from Winton onto onto Southland, and then left onto La Playa. I always knew I had to be in the far left lane on Winton to do that. Otherwise you can't. But then the traffic coming the other way, it's just a stop sign. They don't know that they're supposed to let the turning traffic. And that's why, as you say, it backs up. It's just really a mess. And I don't honestly see how this is going to help it that much. It just also council member Salinas mentioned the paving, and that Winton, I think we have held off doing anything with it for a while because of this project, and this project for actually building it out is still a few years away. So I don't know what to say about that, but it's getting worse, and by the time you get to it, it might need the reconstruction. I hope that it doesn't come to that. And let's see. Well, okay, those are my comments on Winton, which are not really asking us for any kind of direction, but I just am disappointed that it's not going to help with some of the problems that exist. But part of that is the streets that are actually on the mall property and how they're configured. On A Street, while I value safety over cost and time cost of delays, and would have liked to have seen alternative one. I think you made a good case for why that is, why, with all the other factors, it does improve safety. Alternative one improves safety the most, but as people have pointed out, roundabouts are not well received and have their own challenges. So I would support the alternative two, and I do very much appreciate the comments of East Bay Bike Coalition, as always, and the comments of all my colleagues, especially around doing something to make the intersection more attractive. We do have a city program for murals. I saw some really interesting things in a trip to Arizona about a year ago, before we weren't allowed to travel anymore, and I was really amazed. You've driven the major highway. They have some really interesting art that is part of the building of the roads that cross the freeway, and very attractive designs that reflect, the Arizona, the natural area. But so yes, let's use our imaginations, and maybe we can help and get some ideas from our from the arts community here. But that's basically, thank you for the presentation. I'll look forward to urging my fellow ACTC members to support this project when it does come up for funding. But I do appreciate you all being here this evening, and from ACTC, and thanks for your help with this. And do you have what you need, staff, before we move on from us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We do.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all. And we will now move on to our public hearing item number 3, which I think we do have a lot of people here interested in attending the meeting tonight. This is Covenant House, California. It's adoption of a resolution to extend 2 other resolutions that we have passed declaring a shelter crisis in the city of Hayward until December 31st, 2021, and authorizing the city manager to take emergency actions to allow for the construction of a 30-bed transitional age youth shelter on a portion of Hayward Unified School District property on Terrell Avenue. And are we going to start with Development Services Director Simpson on this one?
We're going to start with me tonight, Mayor. Director Simpson is not here, so I will begin things if you don't mind. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Bowser with Planning Division. It's a pleasure to be here before you this evening to present this opportunity on behalf of Covenant House, California. As many of you are aware, it's been a long time coming with a lot of effort on behalf of a number of folks in the Hayward community in trying to find a location for such a shelter. I really do want to express my appreciation for all the hard work and efforts of so many in this community that have really persevered to accomplish this task, including those involved in the South Alameda County UIY and CMF collaborative, without whom I'm not sure we would be this far along. Let's see, will this go? Why won't it advance?
It likes the picture. Oh,
it does, apparently. Okay, so as you mentioned, the proposal before the council this evening is a request to adopt a resolution taking emergency actions to allow for the construction of a 30-bed transitional age youth shelter for youth at risk of becoming homeless, and to once again extend the shelter crisis until December 31st, 2021. The emergency actions before you tonight would essentially suspend all land use and zoning regulations, not health and safety regulations, however, in an effort to expedite implementation of such a facility. The operator, Covenant House California, is a nonprofit corporation that strives to provide youth experiencing homelessness with shelter, food, clothing, education, and necessary services to ensure their success and ultimate transition to permanent housing. Covenant House currently operates a number of facilities in the state, including locally in Berkeley and in Oakland, and hopefully soon here in Hayward. Covenant House has secured a 10-year lease with the Hayward Unified School District for use of a portion of an existing school district property located off of Terrell Avenue, as shown here on the map. Alameda County is proposing to assist the project financially with the use of Homeless Emergency Aid Program, otherwise known as HEAP funds, and adoption of the resolution this evening allows for this project to meet both the project and the financial deadlines so that this project could be potentially up and running as soon as this summer. As you can see in the overall site plan, Covenant House proposes to locate their facility on the southern portion of this HUSD site, just off of the existing parking lot. Their proposed facility will be completely fenced, providing security not only for their future residents, but for the other uses that do take place on the school property. Covenant House proposes to install 9 manufactured housing units, each containing 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms with full kitchens on the site. 8 of the 9 units will be used to house the youth clients, with 3 to 4 individuals within each unit. The 9th home would house the staff who manage the facility, including those staff that that are there overnight as support for the youth at the facility, and will also be used as office space and potential classroom opportunities. The proposal includes laying out the units in a grid pattern at the southern end of the site, connecting each home with walking paths and surrounding a central gathering space that will have some tables and that will allow for communal gathering and eating. Trees and landscaping will also be added as well to integrate the units with the site and create a friendly neighborhood feel. Each of the manufactured homes would be one story as shown here in the elevations. And while the request before the City Council tonight is to suspend land use and zoning regulations in order to expedite the implementation of the shelter, staff is still committed to continue working with Covenant House through the building permit process to be sure the facility is well designed and integrated on that site. Covenant House has been doing outreach with a number of entities within the community, including Eden Housing, with Pastor Arlene from the Eden United Church of Christ and Bishop Macklin from Glad Tidings. Covenant House also held a town hall on February 1st, and they invited all property owners and residents within a 300-foot radius of the site to share their proposal and obtain their feedback. There was strong support at that town hall for the facility at this location, given the needs that we have in our community. The Council Economic Development Committee also reviewed their proposal at the February 1st meeting, and overall there was support for this approach. In response to questions from committee members, additional details were included in this staff report for your consideration. In addition, I believe City Council has also received a number of emails in support of the proposal over the last several days from a number of folks in our community. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution taking emergency actions to allow for the construction of a 30-bed transitional age youth shelter on a portion of Hayward Unified School District property to address the homeless shelter crisis in the city of Hayward by extending the shelter crisis until December 31st and suspending all land use and zoning regulations in order to expedite the implementation of the shelter. Bill Bedrosian, CEO of Covenant House California, is here this evening as well, and we're both here available to answer any questions that the council may have. With that, I will turn it over to the council for any questions.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing item, so just questions right now. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. So on the map, in terms of the manufactured homes, are they going to access that area from Shepherd or Tyrell? I'm trying to just see the lay of the land.
No, I believe all of the access will be off of Tyrell and then through the back of the parking lot into the facility.
Okay, and so they'll be using there. I saw an image of a parking lot, so that's the existing parking lot?
Correct, that's the existing parking lot. And then these units will be located just behind that in that open space on that HUSD property.
Okay, and the proposal is for all the units to be the same size?
Correct, they're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath units.
Okay, I did notice that one of the rooms is a master suite. Can you just kind of explain why it's 2 bedrooms and 1 master suite, why they didn't just go with 3 bedrooms? Can you just kind of explain the rationale? And then would that room occupy 3 individuals?
It's my understanding that the masters will potentially occupy, or there could be up to 2 individuals in the masters and then 1 in each of the other bedrooms. So each unit could conceivably house up to 4 individuals. But Bill, I don't know if you have anything else you might want to add to that.
That's correct, Sarah. The reason that these models were chosen is they're already approved by the HUD department. And so it really expedites the process for cities to be able to approve them, in this process.
Okay. And what type of consideration is given for gender preference? How do you typically manage that request?
Yeah, great question. We let the youth decide. And so they decide, what type of unit they'd like to be housed in. And based on their preference, that's where they're housed.
Okay. And my understanding is that there's already a 10-year lease agreement from the school district to occupy this space. Is that correct? That's already been approved?
Yes, that has been approved by the board. Yeah.
Okay. And we have received a lot of positive emails, but I just want to know from staff, have we received any objections, concerns from members of the public or neighbors in that neighborhood?
I have not received any comments of concern or opposition. And we did send out notification. And as I mentioned, Covenant House did similar notification in anticipation of their town hall on February 1st as well.
Thank you. And can you just help me briefly explain the enrollment process? Have we identified youth already? How are they being selected? Can you just help me understand that process better?
Sure. Youth are referred to us in a number of different ways. Most recently, it's through the county or respective cities' coordinated entry systems. So the process by which young people are first identified as homeless and needing housing would then come to us based on a first come, first service basis. But also, we do have young people that are referred word of mouth. We do street outreach as well. So we're letting young people know that we're there. We typically at our other Bay Area shelters have a significant waiting list for young people waiting to get in there. There's, I believe in the last county homeless count, there were over 900 young people in this age group that were identified as not having permanent housing, the majority which were unsheltered. And we currently operate all of the shelter beds in the county, which is only like 100 or close to 90. So there's a huge gap in need for housing. So we don't project that there'll be any difficulty identifying young people. We will just have to take young people based on first come, first serve through the coordinated entry system and then through word of mouth and street outreach.
Wonderful. And how long are you typically in your shelters? I know the goal is to get them to permanent housing. What's the typical time period?
So COVID has really impacted those timeframes. Young people are staying much longer, as you would expect. Typically, pre-COVID, young people were in shelter beds 45 to 65 days. And before we would identify kind of a more permanent housing option for them, which could be transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, or rapid rehousing. Since COVID hit, young people are staying longer. You know, right now it's actually about 6 months in shelter beds that they're staying before they're able to find another more permanent housing option. But I expect post-COVID, it'll be back closer to that under 90 days, 60 to 90 days.
Okay. And will staff be looking at the lighting plan as well? It's going to be important to have adequate lighting there. Is that also going to be reviewed by staff?
Yeah, so we would take a look at that through the building permit process and make sure that we've got adequate lighting.
Okay. And I know the youth have to be referred through the coordinated system, but what is our flexibility with having a preference for Hayward youth? What are our options around that?
Well, I can tell you how it's worked in other places around the state. A great example is Anaheim. And in essence, a similar project where county HEAP funds were used to fund the majority of the project. And the city of Anaheim said, hey, we're willing to have this here, but we'd like to designate a certain number of beds specifically for young people from Anaheim. I think the city of Hayward could do something very similar, and that would make a lot of sense. The reason we want to do this in South Alameda County is specifically because of the number of young people that are coming from Hayward or that are not coming from Hayward because they don't feel like Oakland is a safe place for them or is close enough to their work, school, or communities of support. It's even though miles-wise it's not very far, completely different communities, and so they're not interested in being in Oakland.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. And I wanted to thank Sarah for your staff report. And of course, Bill, thank you for listening to us on the Economic Development Committee. I appreciate that. And I don't want to sound redundant, but I will ask these two questions. This is a site of an elementary school, but it is a SEAC center. You will be, when you design it and when you start to put everything together and all the landscaping and stuff, the barriers and stuff are going to be, for lack of a better expression, softer barriers, not necessarily fences and gates and stuff like that?
It'll actually be a combination of both fences and a hedge. So the hedge, which, bushes or shorter trees will be what's, around and visible. The fences and gates, though, are to secure to make sure that people can't get in. For young people's, safety and making sure that any visitor comes through the front door. So we're able to screen them and make sure that they're supposed to be there.
Yeah. As long, and I guess the question is, or my follow-up would be, as long as it is an environment that is a nice environment, right? And not so hard. And I know you guys are all mindful of that, but it is and so it leads to my second question is, you will be, as you're doing this, you're going to keep in mind sort of the school environment, right? That this is a school and sort of the whole school vibe. I mean, the sort of the transition, the I don't know how to put it, the harmonious, kind of development transition from the school to, to the shelter, it'll be harmonious and not so disjunctured. You know what I mean?
I do. I mean, our objective is to really make sure, one, that our young people understand that they're an important member of this community, and that comes with responsibility. We have internal policies about young people, how young people behave, not only on our campus, but also in the surrounding community. And that's a reflection not only of themselves, but also of us. And inappropriate behavior could result in loss of housing. So we take that very seriously. We also really try to incentivize it rather than have it be a threat, but we do lots of activities that engage young people in the care of the community around them. So whether it be, community cleanups or doing service projects at the school to do painting and things like that, we want to make sure that the young people are involved in positive things that get them thinking about contributing to their community and not just dwelling on the negative aspects of what they could do.
Good. And then lastly, Ms. Bowser, I just wanted the timeline. We can get this done in summertime.
Well, we're going to try. I think that, the use of the manufactured homes certainly does speed up the building permitting process. And we're going to do what we can to sort of help them troubleshoot some of the challenges that we experienced when we were trying to get the navigation center up and running, and just try to give them some guidance and help them through that process. We're certainly going to try to do our best. I know they've got some goals, and we'd like to help them achieve those. So we'll do what we can, and I really hope that we can make it happen for this summer. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe, Madam Mayor, that might have been under 7 minutes. I don't know.
I wasn't watching this time, but I think it was. Yes, you're doing well. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. So to the public, we asked a lot of questions on the Economic Development Committee. So some of my questions were already answered by staff, but just for the sake of it, I will ask a couple more questions. In regards to the transition period between when a person comes to the Covenant House to when they exit, number one, what is the length of time?
As I mentioned, prior to COVID, it's, the average was between 45 and 60 days, but we don't have a deadline. So it's really based on the young person's needs and ability to move on. So some young people, literally, it's about getting a job and getting a little bit of money in the pocket, and they already have the independent living skills to get into their own place, and we can help them find their own place through our rapid rehousing program, and it's really quick. Other people, it could take literally, 12 to 18 months before they have the independent living skills that prepare them to be, independent and self-sustainable. So we do it based on the needs of the young people. We're assessing it as they come in, and then on an ongoing basis as they're meeting with their case managers, and we do monthly reviews of their case plan and how they're progressing and on their goals, and modifying those plans based on their needs and their hopes and their dreams.
So how often, what is the average of an individual meeting with their, let's say, case manager for you guys?
Do you mean how often do they meet with their case manager?
Yes.
They have to meet at least weekly.
Okay. So in the span of about a month and a half?
Yeah. So you mean if they're there for 6 weeks, they've met with them in person at least 6 times.
Okay. And I just wanted to raise, so when we talk about data, oftentimes we are just talking about numbers. And the reason why I'm asking this is because when I would like to know how you guys do the intake and the data that you guys absorb and what is the trend of that data versus when they exit. So for example, where are these particular individuals coming from? Number one. And you take a look whether it's the cities, whether it's the age range, gender, background, skill set. Do they have a GED? Do they not have a GED? All the information at intake versus how that transitions off to what is success, right? Are we just moving people around, or are we actually being able to successfully place them and long term? So if you would be able to elaborate on entrance and exit.
Yeah, so we use primarily two systems. Lots of the government contracts we have their own data entry systems that we have to use. But HMIS, which is run through the county, requires all of that data that you've mentioned and more. And then we use additionally an efforts to outcomes data system that measures much more of kind of the qualitative data that we want to capture around employment, the rates of pay that young people are making when they come in.
Talk to the data, not the system.
What's that?
Can you talk to the data, not the system? What is an average person that comes to you look like?
I see what you're saying.
And what is the exit and success of the average person?
Well, it's really difficult to talk an average because literally every person is coming from a different scenario. What I would say of the young people in our Oakland shelter right now, what's more common is young people who are coming out of poverty situations, whose families live in the Oakland area, but are not able to support them, most likely have a high school diploma, but not beyond that, and are coming in not employed. That's probably the most common scenario. Obviously, lots of outliers. The common scenario when they're leaving is that they have a high school diploma, they have employment, and they have some savings and are able to get in their own apartment, either through rapid rehousing or into a permanent supportive housing situation. So if you want to know what types of employment that they're getting, that varies as well. But often young people are working in most recently, employment's been very difficult. So a lot of them have been working in warehouses and security jobs because those are the entry-level jobs that are available right now. Prior to that, it really varied. So we had lots of partnerships with employers in the community. So everything from food service to manufacturing to security to healthcare. We actually have 6 young people at our sites that are in healthcare, and we're able to get vaccinated through our Roots clinics because they're working as home healthcare workers. Or
where are they housed?
They're housed at our sites.
No.
Oh, you're saying where are they moving to? So another impact of COVID. So typically they were moving outside of Oakland to areas that were more affordable. As a result of COVID, there's been an opening of more affordable housing closer to our site in Oakland, and more young people are moving out into the city of Oakland. But they're trying to stay as close as possible to their jobs. So most frequently they're staying in Alameda County in areas that are more affordable than Oakland.
Okay. And then do you do a status check after they leave 1 year afterwards, or how do you maintain? Because 18 to 24 is quite significant. We all know, at least everybody on this council have been between the ages of 18 to 24. There are good years, there are bad years. If an 18-year-old comes to you, you guys help them and then they return to you, or they left and, something happened, they lost their job or some incident happened, how does that work out and play out for you guys?
Yeah, so we have what we call alumni services. And in essence, it does exactly what you're describing. Is if a young person has a challenge after they had left our programs, we are that family that's going to support them in that crisis. So frequently during the pandemic, we've had young people who have lost jobs or risk at losing their housing. We've been able to provide rental supplements to keep them in their housing, food packages, or they can come on campus to have meals. So we really try to do whatever we can to make sure that they don't enter back into homelessness. If they did, they would be able to come back into our program. So it's not a one-time shot, you're in and then you can't come back in. If circumstances got to the point where you needed shelter or housing again, we don't view recidivism as a bad thing. We view it as another opportunity to continue the relationship and make sure that they're equipped long-term then to be independent.
All right, I appreciate it. The reason why I ask for data specifically is because, again, most people look at numbers. I would like to look more at success. So for just our staff as well, anytime we work with nonprofits, besides building the partnership and so forth, I would like to make sure that we are building partnerships with successful models that are self-sustaining and sustainable long-term. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is questions, remember. Okay, Council Member Zermano.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Bill, for the good answers. I have two quick questions, really. One is, are there any other such programs in the Bay Area? You mentioned Anaheim.
Oh, in the Bay Area, yes, but they're mostly on the other side of the Bay. In the East Bay, there's just a couple other providers doing housing for young people. There's a new provider at the Oakland Coliseum that's doing some tiny houses called Spirit Artworks. And then there's a couple other tiny programs that are serving really specifically human trafficked youth. But as far as shelter beds for transitional age youth, there's nobody else in the East Bay that is doing it.
Nobody else but Hayward and Oakland.
So right now, we have 3 sites in Oakland, one that recently moved from Berkeley to the Oakland Coliseum.
Okay.
And then we're actually opening a site in Santa Clara next month as well.
All right. So 3 cities, more or less. Okay. And the other one, these programs, will there be, it's in a school, will there be classes? Will there be temporary job training? Will there be mental health aids, or is it just stay in and will they be put to work?
I wouldn't say we put them to work, but we have a robust kind of curriculum and programming that supports them to achieve their dreams. So we have education and employment counselors that are working with them to get them in the right education and or employment situation. We have case managers to help them kind of with that life skills portion of connecting them in the community. We do have mental health counselors and clinicians that will support them on campus. And we have partnerships in the community as well. One of the things that we know that works best for young people is if they can keep whatever services they already have to keep the continuity of those relationships. We try to support that. So we don't tell young people, oh, if you're doing mental health counseling, you have to do it in our campus with our counselors. If you have one and you want them to come on campus and do your counseling on campus, that's perfectly fine. So we really try to make sure that when a young person leaves, they have a community of support and a network of support outside of Covenant House as well. And then, around employment, we have, we try to develop relationships with employment partners around where our sites are so that young people can commute, quickly to their jobs. And, we want to make sure that people are getting into not just jobs, but careers, where there's upward mobility. So that's our ambition for them. Understandably, most young people are coming from situations where they're more concerned about, getting a little money in their pocket. So we know that the longer we have with the young person, the better outcomes that we can get. So we really try to keep them till we really feel like mutually that they're ready to move out on their own and can be sustainable.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I just, Councilmember Andrews? Okay, you took the hand down, but you still do want to ask a question, right? Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation and thank you, staff. I wanted to ask the same question that I asked during economic development. I know we spoke a little bit about access, but wanted to talk a little bit more about visitors and how that's being tracked.
So our young people aren't allowed to have visitors to the program, personal visitors. Professional visitors, they are. So we screen. There are exceptions. So, for example, several times a year, we do community events. So we have a big Thanksgiving dinner where where they're allowed to invite their family members and staff invite their family members, and we all have a Thanksgiving meal together. We do that in the summer as well around a summer barbecue. So there are exceptions, but for the most part, on a day-to-day basis, our young people aren't allowed to have friends per se on campus. So there wouldn't be traffic of other people and people around them coming in to the site. It would really only be our staff and then professional services that had access to the site.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then if we don't have any further questions from council, I'm going to open public comment on this item, open the public hearing. And I do see that we have, we are having some hands raised now. So we'll go ahead and start. Madam City Clerk, are you ready to do that? I see first hand I see is from Rosemary Vasquez.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Go ahead, Rosemary.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Rosemary Vasquez. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist for the Hayward Unified School District. I work at Cherryland Elementary, but I work for the district for many years, and I have been around in an area. And I am so proud and so happy that the district has moved forward and approved this project. This is something that we have been working together with Eden United Church for many, many years, and it is coming, it's close. So I beg to please move it forward, remove any barriers, trust the system, trust the people that are going to surround these kids, trust your city. We're powerful and we're good, and this is going to be looked up. The students are going, or the students, this youth, this young people are going to flourish under, a lot of good people around it, and there's a lot of people that are going to make sure that this thrives, and this is good. With your assistance, of course, but I do beg you to please move this forward and make this a reality. Thank you for the opportunity, and I yield my time.
Thank you. I see the next hand raised is Stephanie Spencer.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Stephanie Spencer. I'm a past president of the Eden Area Interfaith Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of the most recent past president, Julie Greenfield, and the current president, Bishop Robert Lopez, who neither of whom was able to be here tonight, but they have also submitted comments in writing. I just want to emphasize the Eden Area Interfaith Council has 16 faith communities, 7 of which are in Hayward, representing 6 different faith traditions. And we have been supporting and tracking this project since it wasn't even quite a project yet, since it was a need that was identified. Basically, it's a tenet of all of our faith traditions to care for those that need care, to welcome newcomers to our community. And, we've identified a few core values of the Eden Area Interfaith Council itself. Housing, access to housing is one of those most important values. Safety for everyone. And in addition to, the learning and understanding and respect across faith communities, we also value welcoming immigrants. In fact, several of the faith communities that are part of the Interfaith Council are made up primarily of immigrants, first and second generation immigrants. So we see ourselves as an integral part of the community, and we have been not only supporting the idea of this kind of resource for youth, but we really see ourselves as partners, and we have provided support in various ways, both to individual youth, to newcomers from other countries, and that's my particular experience is working mostly with immigrants. But I think we really want to see that the youth who will receive services at this shelter stay in Hayward. Many of them are already here. They've put down roots. I think the model that they will be able to stay close to where they're currently in school, or they will find work nearby. I think the more that we can do to strengthen their ties to the community, the more our community will benefit from their progress. We want them to feel welcome, and we want them to feel like they have a place in our community. Those are practical values and considerations, but they really grow out of all of our faith traditions. So, all of us, current and past presidents of the Interfaith Council, as well as representatives of our different faith groups, are very happy to see this project come this far, and want to say that we want to continue.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next is Pastor Richard Prieto.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and hear this proposal. I'm the pastor of the Victory Outreach Hayward Spanish Ministry. We've been in Hayward for over 20 years, and we reach out to a lot of troubled youth and individuals and people with alcohol. And so we see that this as an opportunity to reach out to this youth, because we never have a place to send them. We never have a place where to recommend them. We always have families calling us, individuals individually reaching out to us for shelter or a place to go. And we work also with the Hispanic community on document youth, troubled youth. And so to us, we support the CPU waiver to move forward. And we just want to know that we're going to offer ourselves to be able to partner with them in any way we can with Covenant Workers, Covenant House. And so we just wanted to let you guys know that we know there's a big need in this Hayward area to reach out to these individuals, youth who are in the streets and have really no direction. So I think this is the great idea. So I think that's all I want to say. We're here to support and partner with them if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like next is Andrea Osgood.
Hi, Council. This is Andrea Osgood. I work with Eden Housing, longtime partner with the city around housing, and we're just really excited about this opportunity to house more people in Hayward. I'm really proud of the Council for moving this forward. And the group that's been working on this has been really proactive, reaching out to us as we own several properties in the neighborhood. So we're just really supportive of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Andrew Kevy or Kevy. Apologize if I didn't get it right.
Oh, it's Kevy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm just so pleased to be able to hear you this evening. I think the questions were really great. Very appreciative of the Covenant House and the coalition that's come together to support this effort. I work for the Hayward School District. I'm the Director of Child Welfare and Attendance as part of Student and Family Services, and I'm also the Youth and Family Homeless Liaison for our district. And there's no one solution. There's no perfect answer for everything, but this is such an important piece. We struggle with students who don't end up graduating. Even if they do graduate, their options are limited. And so, whether they're still in high school with us or in our adult school programs or not in school, they're in Hayward and they need help. And this is just, another, great option that we don't have. As people have heard through the evening, there's just very few options for youth who need some support, and it goes beyond just having a roof, although that's vital. The support network that's built is just critical, and we look forward to working with the Covenant team to support youth in Hayward and just want to encourage you all to support the resolution. And thank you so much for your efforts and your leadership.
Thank you. Next, Juliana Weiser, Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Juliana Weiser Leon. I'm a clinical case manager at the Newcomer Navigation Center at Eden United Church of Christ. And I would like to share with you the story of a young man. I'll call him Miguel. Miguel came to Hayward about a year and a half ago, and he showed up at Eden Church and said, "We heard you help immigrants at this church, and we're just here looking for help because we don't have a place to go. We don't have anywhere. We are asylum seekers." He came with some family members, and as asylum seekers that come to our country have to go through a very complicated immigration process and not able to work. In his case, he had not had formal schooling. And so through some of the work that we do, we connected Miguel with a team at a Hayward Unified School that was really wonderful. And we were able to find a really kind community member who took them in up in the Hayward Hills. And we thought it was going to be great. But truthfully, it's very complicated to get down to the city from the Hayward Hills when you don't drive. When you don't have access to too much, right? In terms of financial access, when you don't know the language. And so things didn't go great for Miguel under the circumstances. He was trying really hard, but the housing situation didn't work out. And he ended up with no options. And we didn't know what to do. But we know people who know people, and we called Dreamcatcher in Oakland, a Covenant House partner, and they said, we have a bed, come in. And this was such an important moment, a defining moment for Miguel, to find a space, to get a break. And it just gives us so much hope that this could be the reality in Hayward, that our youth don't have to travel far to get a break and to find some space, to find just one opportunity to move forward in a different way. So thank you. And the team at Dreamcatcher, I can't speak highly enough of Covenant House and the team, just wonderful, wonderful teams with great support, and so appreciative that maybe, hopefully, if everything goes well, but we'll have them in Hayward, and we'll look forward to working with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for giving us that very concrete example of, the people that we're going to be helping through this project, should it be approved. Appreciated that. Next, Elizabeth Ventura.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Ventura, and I'm with La Familia, and I service unaccompanied immigrant youth and children of migrant families at Tennyson High School and Cesar Chavez Middle School. And I'm just so excited about this project. I think we've been talking about it with Pastor Arlene and Eden Church and the South Hayward Collaborative. And I serve these children that are, newcomers. They're here undocumented, seeking asylum, that, have to work to support themselves. And at times they have to, they reach the age of 18 and they want to drop out of high school so that they can meet their basic needs, right? And I think that this will allow students to remain in school, learn English, get a high school education, and continue their education, because they could focus on their education and not have to worry about paying rent at the end of the month. And also live in some livable, safe community. a lot of our students live in unlivable conditions. We have students living in garages and closets. They're living with so many people, and it's just unsafe, and they need to focus on their education. So I really support this. I'm a homeowner within that area, that zip code, that South Hayward community, and I would love to have this place for our youth. And I think our South Hayward community needs it. Our students live within that community. I mean, Tennyson High School is it's the only newcomer high school in Hayward. So it's like a perfect location to access school and services. So I please ask that this be approved for our youth in Hayward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Selena Perez Tejada.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Selena Perez Tejeda. I work with Juliana at the Newcomer Navigation Center in Eden United Church of Christ. And I just want to add to everything else that my peers have been saying. Having this project in Hayward will allow students to stay in Hayward. Something that Juliana didn't mention about the story that she shared was that person had to move into Oakland schools. And so one of the great things about Hayward and Hayward Unified is that we're all already working together. We already have this collaborative. A lot of the students and the youth that we work with, they work with different providers in the area, and we already all talk to each other. So keeping those students here will make sure that they stay in a community where we know what they need, where we know how to fulfill their needs, and we know the people who are doing the same work that we can refer them out to. So I'm so happy that this is a project that is being considered. Hayward is already doing so much work for UIY and CMFs, and this will just be another something else that shows that Hayward actually cares about UIYs and CMFs. So thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Araceli Orozco.
Hi, yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Araceli Orozco, and I'm a Hayward resident for 25 years now. A little bit more, actually. But and I just want to make sure that to address the city council members to support this. Being here for this many years, I have seen the need that we have for our youth. I have 4 kids that already graduated Tennyson High School, and I see their friends and families, struggled a lot, especially our youth. I think this is a great opportunity and a great thing that the city of Hayward is doing. It's something that just makes you really, really think if people really work together and put their heads together and get their personal agendas aside and just focus on, the true meaning of being, care for each other, and in this case, our youth, they really need it. I bless the people that really thought of this and bringing this program into Hayward. I really also wish that, some considerations are taken to make sure that Hayward youth that live here are like also a greater percentage, that will definitely, benefit from this great program that is being offered. And it's just that I want to thank the city and all the people involved that really brought this to our youth. And it's something that we have been waiting for. I have going to share just a little quick story. I have a person that I know, a neighbor here that lives in his car, and he's like around 20. And unfortunately, I can't take him in right now. I have 2 people here in my house that they're struggling too. And we offer our home to them because I know, and I can't take it, but I know that he's there in this car, and it just breaks my heart, because these young folks are the ones that are really struggling. They're being made in Hayward, but we're not taking care of, our youth. And it's something that we need to really look forward to and think out of the box and think of more programs like this one. So I encourage everyone to go ahead and support this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Aaron Ortiz.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Good to be here. Good to see all the council members. Aaron Ortiz, CEO of La Familia. For me, this is something really personal. I grew up on Tennyson and Tyrell. I went to Shepherd School when it was still a school. I went to Tyrell School. And it's something that I definitely support, definitely want to see move forward, and definitely look forward to really providing housing for unaccompanied youth, and so on. That said, Bill, look forward to partnering. Please call us, work with your partners in the community. I will say that we are very, very supportive, but also we are very, very cautious about service providers coming here that are outside. So we look forward to partnering with you. Bill, I remember you when you were looking at these properties about a year and a half ago, 2 years, and you looked at one of our properties. But utilize our services, utilize the relationships that are there. There's richness, there's vigor in this community, and we will do whatever we need to do to make sure those beds are filled so these young people can have a place to stay and just have a healthy upbringing and just a fair chance at this American dream. So with that, again, thank you for the support. Thank you to all the city council, and looking forward to partnering. And Bill, call me up.
Okay, thank you. And then we have, and I think this is our last speaker right now, but looks like Glad Tidings Community Development. Did you take your hand down, or? Glad Tidings Community Development, did you wish to speak? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your service to the community. Great questions by the City Council. This is a high-performing City Council. I'm representing Glad Tidings Community Development. I'm the CEO, and also representing Glad Tidings Church. Bishop Macklin wanted to make sure we were a part of the discussion, and we were a part of the discussion. This is an opportunity to serve our community and address one of the greatest problems that we deal with, which is homelessness. And Covenant House, California, if this works, will be a blessing to the community and these young people by providing them shelter, proper love and care, food, clothing, education, recreation. And one of the things we were concerned about is caring adult oversight. We talked to Bill, we asked Bill some really tough questions, and I think they were addressed. The staff will be there to manage the site. They will stay there overnight. That is one of our concerns. Also, I understand there's going to be 3 staff members on site at all times. That's great. We like the idea of including fencing and secure doors and gates to maintain the safety of the residents that are there. The community involvement coordinator, that's very important. Thank you, Bill, for providing that. And also that coordinator who's going to outreach to the residents in the surrounding area. Just in case there's any concerns that comes up, we have that outreach coordinator that can reach out to the community. Bill, that was important. You answered the tough questions. You addressed our concerns. This is a good project. It's an unusual project. This is new to the community, and if it works, Hayward will be a model for other cities. So, Bill, call us if you need any support. Like Aaron Ortiz said, we want to make sure that we partner with you in this. God bless. Good luck.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any other questions. Oh, yes, I do now. Let's see. Okay, AM.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Angelica Mora, and I'm a family engagement specialist at Hayward High School. I have worked with Hayward youth in high school settings for the last 7 years. And I just wanted to express my full support for this project, just as my colleagues and community partners and residents have expressed. It's just so exciting to see something like this really come to fruition. There's so many people with skills and passion to make this happen. And, you know, I'm excited to see it myself. Like I mentioned, I work in high schools. I'm currently at Hayward High School, and I was at Tennyson High with supporting newcomer students for about 4 to 5 years. And just to see the students and, you know, the struggles that they went through with their families and coming to this country, going through our school district, trying to navigate our system. And, you know, the anxiety that would grow as they approached, you know, either graduation or transitioning out to adult school or aging out. And just something like this gives so much hope to our newcomer population in Hayward. And I think that this is a real opportunity to truly show in the city of Hayward to an equitable and inclusive and most of all, compassionate community that we strive to be. So thank you for your time, and I trust that you will move this forward.
Thank you for your comment, and especially for referencing our commitment to an inclusive, equitable, and compassionate community. And with that, I don't see any other hands raised from the public, so I'm going to close public comment on this.
I'll move the item.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Wahab. First is Councilmember Zermano.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers, our audience, our community out there is tremendous. One of the things I like about this particular project is that it's a partnership between HUSD, supported by the county. It's something that's tremendous. I am very pleased to see this project. It's something that is needed not only for those of our youngsters who have problems at the moment, but the newly arrivals, whether are documented or undocumented. And it kind of reminds me on a personal note that 57 years ago, about this hour, the Cermeño family was in Tijuana, California, gathering our one suitcase because the following day, the 24th of February, 1964, we were going to arrive in California, in the city of Salinas, California. And of course, some of the youngsters, so this sort of, it really touches my heart on a personal level. Some of the youngsters who will be coming, you know, to Hayward are going to see this and they're going to say, okay, I'm really home. I'm not home, but I'm home. It's a welcoming of sorts. And that's something that really is tremendous. I'm sad in the sense that not every city of 102 cities in the Bay Area has such a program. That really saddens me. Can you imagine what a dent we would make if every city in our Bay Area had one of these? It's just amazing. So, but it's lack of heart from many of the leaders of our other cities. Maybe they just don't want to. I'm impressed with the Covenant Hall. I'm impressed with Bill because of the programs that they will have. I'm very pleased with the project. I think it's something that's really needed to make sure that our youth are helped. And that's, we always talk about youth and not having enough of a help. We have a navigation center. Now we have something for our youngsters. And the fact that it's also supported financially, economically by the County of Alameda, that's really something. And with that, I will move the item, Mayor.
Second. Mayor.
Go ahead. Councilmember Marquez. Yes, you're next. Did you second the motion? Okay.
I did. Okay. Thank you so much to staff for the presentation. I'm really pleased to hear that this was also presented to the Economic Development Committee for another touch point. I appreciate the community outreach. I was in a HLAC meeting probably 3 years ago when I first heard the idea of this, and that was led by Pastor Arlene Nerig. So I want to acknowledge her for her focus, her determination, and all the collaborative partners with South Hayward Collaboration, Eden Area Interfaith Council, HUSD, La Familia, Glad Tidings, just all the community partners that have come together to identify the need and, more importantly, find solutions to meet that need, and also the City of Hayward's partnership in adopting this emergency resolution to fast track it. So I hope that young people will be living there on site in the summer. This is also very personal to me, as I attended Shepherd Elementary School for 3rd grade, 1986. Have very, very fond memories on that field where this is going to be developed. So really, really excited that these young people are going to be more integrated in our community, because they do have a voice, they have value, and we're happy that Hayward is now their home. So really happy to second this motion. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who worked on this, and for all the public comments tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm excited for this project as to what can be. I think it was already mentioned that if more communities were able to do such a project, the better off we would be. Personally, the reason why this is important for me is because as a former foster child, basically, I cannot be more proud to support such a project. TAY, or transitional aged youth, do deserve more support than they have been given. In fact, I'll share a statistic that is often shocking and highlights the failure of our society as a whole. Less than 3% of kids in foster care a year or more receive a college degree. This is not a failure of the child, but a failure of our larger community. In Alameda County, the most recent count of our homeless population, 9% of the homeless population is transitional aged youth and accompanied children. Of that, 82% is transitional aged youth. And guess what? Of our homeless population, only 3% are not interested in housing. Only 3%. So those that often talk about how, you can't help everybody, that's true. However, literally only 3% are not interested. We need options. And of the majority of our homeless population, the majority is Black and white. Not only that, but the TAY youth are largely made up of, again, foster youth, as well as LGBTQ, as well as ethnic minorities. Again, this is a disaster. And the reason why I bring that up is because we are supposed to be equitable and uplift the most needy. I do believe in safety nets. And so for our kids that grow up in foster care and are immediately kicked out at 18, the concept of transitional aged youth and the services to these kids, and I, still consider 18 to 24, myself at that time too, a kid, our brains aren't even fully developed by that time, is extremely vital. As the African proverb holds true, a child that is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. And we often talk about, the other problems that come with homelessness, the public health crisis, much more. And we've seen it in COVID, and in Alameda County, our homeless population has increased significantly and will only go to increase more because of the COVID situation. So I just want to tell the shelter provider, Covenant Housing, my questions are definitely to ensure that we have a sustainable option. When we look at data, it's not just numbers that we're looking at, but it's also how can we affect those numbers to look more positively as people exit. We need to ask more on behalf of TAY population, and this is the right thing to do. I do want to thank every single person that has worked on this project for a number of years, just the brainstorming, the inclusion, every email, every open arm to this community organization and project. I have not heard a single negative response in this particular project. And oftentimes when we talk about shelters at certain locations, we do get a significant pushback, if you will. And I definitely want staff of this organization as well as city staff to work to build a better partnership for more opportunities for these young people in the forms of jobs, education, internships, scholarships, and more. We have our chamber executive director on the call. We have people like Aaron Ortiz, people at Glad Tidings. This community is very much a partnership in a lot of ways. I hope that you guys will engage with not only HUSD and all these other organizations, but definitely have the conversation to see what else can be done. So I appreciate it. I wish you guys luck. I'm excited. I hope that you guys open and, we are informed immediately after. The sooner the better, but no pressure. Thank you again.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody for ushering this through. This truly is a multi-agency, multi-partner effort. And it didn't start yesterday. I mean, just what Councilmember Marquez referenced, it started many years ago. And, we talk about reimagining institutions today. And, the schoolhouse many years ago, and we imagine it as a place where it is it's a place that goes beyond teaching and learning. The schoolhouse is now a full service community where, we support families and we support kids in all of the domains of their life, from cradle to career. And I think that this is one of those projects that I think is going to, be really a fantastic job. I wanted just to quickly thank the school board, particularly Dr. Wayne, the superintendent, Dr. Okenda, Mr. Rowden, and Dr. Arlene Nearing. That pastor is incredibly courageous. I've known Pastor Nearing for a long time, and her and her colleagues over there are truly doing God's work. So it is going to be an absolute honor and a pleasure to be supporting this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to staff for just going through all the details in terms of developing this property. And I was a little sad that I didn't see the statistics that you shared in your packet, because I thought the demographics were really powerful to show. And one of the things that really hit me hard and was a constant reminder is that on your statistics here, you say that 54% of your population is African American and Black, yet in the Bay Area that you're servicing right now, yet there's only 6.7% in the Bay Area as a population. So those numbers we know, but when you really see it on paper, it really is hard to read and to take in. And it shows that the system in total is failing us. And so I really appreciate projects like these, because we always focus on at the end when there's an issue, and there's an issue with police, or there's issues with drug use, or whatever it is, that it's always tied to us being held down, where you're trying to do something at the beginning before it starts. And so I really appreciate programs like these, because yes, we need opportunity. We need a fair shot. And so my mother is an immigrant from Cold War Germany, and she talks frequently about how her mother, who adopted her, was her lifesaver, was her life raft. And so I really am so happy that you're providing that life raft here in Hayward and supporting so many people that could use these services. And thank you to the faith-based community, you set the gold standard of how an organization should be working with the community and embracing new ideas in order to help the community is really, really appreciated. And so thank you to all the callers that called in and support. And again, I didn't receive any negative feedback about this project either. So that's just a testament to how hard this community worked for this project. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. A number of the things that I was going to say have been said well by people before me, so I will try to be brief, but I do want to underscore them a little bit. In some ways, today feels like Old Home Week in seeing Andrew Kevy and members of the faith community talking about homelessness and the idea that we have this beautiful solution that was created. I take no credit for it. It was created, as was said, by Pastor Arlene Naring, the unaccompanied minors and children of migrant families network that then, championed this idea, built it out. It brought in April Okenda from the school district and the mayor and Kelly and Elise. I think you were in some of those early conversations too. And here it is today. We get to vote on it. And so I'm just pleased as punch. It's a horrible phrase. Anyway, I'm really happy to support the motion. And the other conversations I'm remembering are, standing with Betty DeForest at our gay prom and talking about, as was mentioned earlier, what a high number of kids on the street identify as LGBTQI, et cetera. And so to you, Bill, I want to add my voice to encourage your partnership, to remember the roots of this project. Thank you for being a great partner in helping to bring it to that next stage of fruition, from the dreams of the community to getting it open. And thank you so much to city staff for being that bridge from dream to reality. And, the ball is now in your court, Bill. And I'm just going to name a few, but I'll add my name to the people you should call, because there really is this huge network that was talked about, Project Eden and Our Space, and of course the immigrant networks, the Newcomer Center, the cultural communities, the faith communities. If you're looking for mentors, if you're looking for cultural competence, those networks are here. There's also a rich homelessness network. The South Hayward Neighborhood Collaborative is an open meeting. Having staff there will network them in to the existing resources. Downtown Streets Team, and of course, Davita Scott and the Raising Leaders program, where youth in our community these same youth are getting jobs and career pathways, including with the city. And then, obviously we have Chabot College and Cal State, and so Pioneers for Hope and the Student Initiative Center. And then, Mark, I appreciated your comments about the hard boundaries and the soft boundaries, and I appreciate that there are the trees and bushes to make it feel like home. And I know you mentioned Youth Spirit Artworks, and I was impressed with that youth have created those spaces. And so the opportunity to put murals on the walls, to make the fences murals, to really make it home, as many people have said today. And then, you mentioned about contributing to the community, which is also an excellent point. And we have a youth commission. The library has a teen committee. There's the Clean and Green Task Force. So lots of ways to get involved. And then, of course, our library also has its GED program at our Hayward Adult School. And that's just the ones that I came up with as we were talking. So welcome to Hayward. We have a lot of resources to help support you. And of course, embrace the youth that are our youth already in our community. And lastly, one just friendly reminder to city staff. I'm sure you've already thought about this, but I know when we cut the ribbon on the Navigation Center, it was fantastic. And we said, and we need Wi-Fi for the people there. And so I'm saying it early so that be part of the planning as well, because we know it's so hard to accomplish the goals these days without Wi-Fi. And for all of us on council, I encourage us, and for, I know some of our school board members are here tonight, to continue thinking through, and for those of us on HLAC, what else can we build on school property to leverage this available space? You know, students who are under 18 but unaccompanied, shelter for students with families. You know, what can we do next? Let's do this, enjoy this moment, embrace it, make it complete, rest for a minute, and then figure out what we can learn from it and continue to grow. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez, did you have your hand up again?
I do. So before I get into my comment, I nominate Councilmember Lamnin to update Hayward Resource Guide. That was very comprehensive. Thank you for those amazing reminders of all the resources we have within our community. So even though I made a second to the motion, I would like to see if my the maker of the motion and my colleagues would support the idea of designating, I don't know, 25, 30% of the beds for Hayward residents. I don't know if legal needs to weigh in on that, or if others would support that.
I would hope we'd have more than that, but I don't know that we want to, I'm not sure that's, what do you think? First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Bedrosian if he had any comments to that.
We'd certainly be open to it. The way it worked out in Anaheim was based on the percentage of the money that the county versus the city funded. In this case, the county is going to fund about half of it, and the other is private donation. So, I mean, if it's 50-50 or something close to that, that's certainly, you know, what our ambition would be. I suspect that the majority of the young people that end up coming there will be from the local community, just based on the geography of where young people want to be. They want to be in their communities of origin. So it's very unlikely that if someone went into the coordinated entry system from Hayward and were told that the next bed was available in Oakland, that they would go there and vice versa. So I think we can do a pretty good job of getting the majority of those beds filled with young people from the community.
And yeah, so
Councilmember Marquez, can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
You know, maybe I don't know whether we need to put this as an amendment, but you know, maybe we do like a check-in as to you know, I don't know, whatever the length of time, to see what do the Hayward numbers look like in 8 months, you know, 12 months or so, and then as we go along, we have a conversation on how we can do more outreach and be a little bit more targeted. Maybe that might, I don't know. I don't know if setting the goal would be appropriate, or maybe we can just have an understanding that, you know, our goal is to get to, let's say, you know, 50% be great, you know, but I don't know, but.
I appreciate that, the increase in the number as well, but I'm curious if our city attorney can weigh in on this.
Well, first of all, I want to ask Councilmember Armenio. Well, all right, we'll let this, Mr. Brick, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is an unusual situation because usually when a project comes before the city council, you know, we're exercising the city council's authority, and we're conditioning that authority on certain desires, like having a Hayward preference. So this isn't exactly the same situation here. We're waiving the city's land use authority on school property. So, you know, if it would be hard, I mean, difficult to condition the waiver in a way that would make sense. However, if the applicant wants to voluntarily permit it, then, you know, that's fine.
Okay.
So what your proposal?
Councilmember Armenio, you made the motion. Are you accepting that?
So, Colleen Marquez, your proposal was 30% or 50%? What are you proposing?
I will go up to 50% after input from my colleagues.
All right. Well, we do have 487 folks who are homeless in the city of Hayward, and I'm sure that out of that number, there will be 30, at least 30. So I certainly approve of the amendment of 50%. Hayward residents are, and this goes back to colleague Anna May, who always used to press the fact, Hayward residents first, Hayward residents first. So my hat's off to Anna May on this. So yes.
Well, I'm certainly, you do accept that, and you're the senator, so okay. Yeah, I think it's a little bit overcomplicating the situation myself, but I'm certainly not going to oppose this project. And it seems like Mr. Bedrosian thinks he can make it happen. I mean, sometimes someone really doesn't have an address. And I think about Miguel, who was talked about here earlier tonight, that beautiful story. I mean, Oakland took him when we didn't have a place. So, I mean, I want to help youth. I think we should all want to help, youth in need. And I don't know that I would have, but if you think you can make it work, I just don't know that with our involvement in this project is, waiving the land use requirement, waiving our normal permitting process that, we're not really funding it, but if you can make it work, I would hate to shut you down because it didn't work. So I'm not quite sure that I'm very supportive of that amendment, but I do want to say, that this project, I am so happy to see it, and it is a long time coming. And I do remember those early talks. It was probably somewhere in late 2017 or early 2018 when the effects of the prior administration's horrendous policies regarding immigration started to really show their impact in terms of people just not having, people, unaccompanied minors, not having, anywhere to live. And that Arlene Nearing, and I do see that she was in attendance tonight, but we didn't hear from her, but she certainly did the talking early on to convince a lot of people that this project was necessary. And so I want to thank her and the Interfaith Council, all of the people who spoke tonight. And Mr. Bedrosian, I thought you did the best job of answering people's questions of almost anybody I've ever seen appear before us. And that's really saying something because most people do a good job. But I hope that you'll take to heart everybody, and especially Councilmember Lamden mentioned a lot of people there. We do have a lot of resources in this community. I think certainly Aaron Ortiz from La Familia and the Hayward Adult School, Davida Scott has a wonderful program there raising leaders. And so I hope that you will take advantage of those resources. And finally, as I think it was Councilmember Salinas who talked about, and sometimes we get opposition to shelters. And, even in Hayward, we have in certain occasions, but I am so proud of Hayward tonight because not one person spoke in opposition to this project. And we had, I didn't count them all, but 20 to 30 speakers here, all encouraging us to do this. And it just makes me so proud of our non-NIMBY community here, which I do think in general, we are more so than others. And I'm going to brag about this to my colleagues in other cities. What a great night we had tonight. And with that, I think actually Councilmember Wahab, you had another, did you want to weigh in on the?
Yeah.
Okay.
To Bill, I just wanted to ask, considering that the population, I think we all know that I'd like to prioritize Hayward residents, but does that make it difficult for you to put people in beds? Because my number one thing, regardless, is youth shouldn't have to wait for a bed, and we shouldn't qualify them. So how difficult does this make it for you?
We'll need to have a conversation with the county. What I'll say is the intention of the county was to have a site here in Hayward because of the need there. So my introduction to Pastor Arlene was through Lori Cox, who runs, social services for the county, with the very intention of, hey, you're doing 3 sites in Northern County. There's nothing down there. There's young people down there. We need to provide them with a space. So if there is potential complications with CES, As you know, we have very little control over who is referred to us. What we've been able to do is have agreements when we don't get young people within a day or two, we fill the bed. So it doesn't make any sense to have open beds. And if coordinated entry is moving too slow, the county's been very flexible with us about saying, okay, then you fill the bed. So I think there is a level of flexibility, and I do think there's a great intentionality from the county that they want young people from Hayward and South County to be in these beds.
Okay. And to our city attorney or assistant city attorney, if we make that requirement of 50%, do we need to say that, let's say 1 to 2 days, or like try to put in the word flexible? This is our goal / flexible. I just generally don't want to tie their hands in this particular category. Usually I'm pretty strict, but youth don't have time. I'd like to know kind of what you guys say about this.
Yeah, thank you for that. And also, I just would add, how would we even enforce something like that? We're going to approve tonight waiving the requirements that we usually put projects like this through. Once we do that and it's built and it's started, there's really no other leverage that we would have. We can't really rescind the waiving the process, I don't think, or could we do that? I mean, I don't see how we would even enforce such a thing.
And the thing that I want to say is that I fully support the 50%. Like, don't get me wrong. I support that. I just also want to see, does this make it more difficult? Do we have the legal capacity to do so? Things like that.
Yeah, so just to address some of those issues. Once we waive our land use authority, it's the cat's out of the bag. We can't then revoke it unless we had, good cause to do that. Then I guess there's going to be also issues with how do you define a Hayward resident? So if you're given a preference to Hayward residents, but these are homeless, children or adolescents, then, how are you determining that? So I guess if we were going to articulate some sort of standard, we would need more information.
Okay. And just because I do work with a lot of nonprofits that do have a lot of homeless as their client, it is difficult to get an address or some background information, even paperwork for a lot of these people that are trying to get, stand up on their own feet. I want to ask Bill, let's say, of course we want this policy. Would you make us a promise here that you would try to abide by that internally within your organization, that 50% of the beds would be dedicated to Hayward youth?
Oh, yeah, we would absolutely commit to doing our best to do that. And the one caveat would be if the county makes it, a condition of funding, as our primary source of operational revenue is coming from the county at the shelter bed rate. So they do, have some control over that portion of it. But again, that would be our intention. Our intention, the fact that we have 3 shelters in Northern California, is really to provide housing for young people there in Hayward, and the counties, I believe that's their intention as well. So we would absolutely commit to doing our best to do that.
I can live with that.
I'm sorry. First, Councilmember Wahab.
Yeah, no, I can live with that. And, however the motioner and the seconder would like to keep their motion or not, I'm supportive either way.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will just elaborate a little bit. So I want to still hold the 50%. I think it's a commitment to Hayward, and I will expand that in making the priority to individuals that previously resided or worked within the limits of HUSD school district, which is beyond Hayward city limits. And obviously this aligns with our partnership with HUSD. So could we please call a vote?
And also the Cherryland, Ashland area that, is all part of our school district. And but I also would say that there is no way that we really nothing we can.
Yeah, but this is documented. It's on record. So this is, we're going to hold you accountable to this. So.
What?
This is documented. It's on record.
But there's what are you going to do to hold them accountable to it? You can't,
if we have to.
What?
We'll figure it out if it gets to that point.
Well, yeah, I don't really think that's good. I don't want to tear the shelter down once it's built. That's for sure. So, and I can't imagine that you would want to do that either.
No, that's not what.
So but you know, you hear the spirit anyway of what we want here, and I think all of us are still going to support this motion. But and I know you'll do your best. But I think we need to help the youth in this area that are in need, and this is something that's going to do that. And we've needed it for a long time. So with that, on the motion by Councilmember Zermeño, seconded by Councilmember Marquez, and as amended by the seconder and maker of the motion, Madam City Clerk, are you ready to call the roll for the vote? Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor, can you clarify if the maker of the motion accepted the Councilmember Marquez's addition?
Yes, he did. He's nodding. Yeah.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Hey.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, the motion passes. It's too bad we're not in the chambers, because I think a lot of people would be applauding, and, you know, they can't do that in this format. But I think we all look forward to your opening and maybe being a part of it, or at least coming to to tour it. So thank you for coming to our community and getting this going. And thank you again, all the people who supported it. But I do have to really call out Dr. Arlene Naring, who I believe really started this ball rolling, and certainly did a good job of it. So thank you all. And so with that, we're ready to move on to a much less heartening subject, but one that we have to deal with, and that is our budget. And we will be getting a report on our mid-year budget picture from our finance director, Mr. Clausen, and I guess adopting resolutions approving, hopefully, staff recommendations regarding that budget. So, Mr. Clausen, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. It's my pleasure tonight to present to you an update on the city's budget. Also, along with that, we'll provide an update to the city's 5-year outlook, and in the packet was included the city's long-range financial plan. Won't get into that as much this evening, but certainly can answer questions at the end about it. It's just that is certainly one document that's very difficult to access and discuss on screen, given the confines we've got here. So if you don't mind, I will share my screen with the presentation here. All right. So this evening we're here to discuss the mid-year budget and provide an update to the general fund long-range financial model. Before we get into mid-year, I wanted to go back and take a look at a lot of the cost-saving measures that council and the city took when adopting fiscal year 2021 budget. The largest in those that I want to draw attention to are the deferral of the OPEB ARC of $3.6 million, and then also at the bottom of this screen, the savings that the city was able to achieve, with the sort of partnerships that we were able to come to some concession agreements with many of our bargaining groups. All but one, and we really did a fantastic job reducing the general fund operating budget by $10.6 million over what had been done the previous year. So I want to highlight some of the changes that are included in this mid-year ask, if you will. Much of what is included has already been adopted and approved by council with previous resolutions. The majority of this is related to COVID-19 and the city's response to the pandemic, some of which the city has been able to recover funds either through CARES Act funding. The city received nearly $2 million in CARES Act funding to offset some of those costs, and also received some testing-related expenses reimbursement from the county earlier this year under an MOU. The other large pieces are for operation of the testing site, and then also rather large expense for the demolition of the Holiday Bowl site after the fire this summer, an expense that we fully intend to recover at some point in the future. New requests this evening and included in the staff report result in actually a reduction in expenses. I'll get into that in a little bit more detail on the next slide. But the net change in general fund expenses at this mid-year process is $4.5 million. Okay, this slide provides an update in some changes, not only in expenses, which we do need council's appropriation and authorization to increase, but also an increase in revenues from over what we adopted back in June of 2020, an increase in revenues of $6.5 million. 3.5 of that I referenced on the slide before, which was the CARES Act funding and the MOU with the county. We've also were grateful to see improved property tax and sales tax over the numbers that we adopted at the fiscal year. We are not surprisingly seeing a dip in transient occupancy tax as folks just aren't traveling. The one that I'm excited about is the increase to the cannabis tax. This is something we had been sort of longing for and hoping to see come to fruition. And now it finally appears that we will have some revenues coming in from that revenue source. I won't go through too much of the increase in expenses. The big one that I will highlight is the reduction in council. I'm sure will remember that when we adopted the fiscal year 2021 budget, during that process, it was the request of council to include an additional $1 million in community services funding that was not to be programmed until we got to this point. I am grateful to say that we have received far more in funding than we anticipated when we adopted the budget in June of 2020. In the way of some CDBG funding, some other sources that will allow us not to have to fund all of the planned activities through the general fund. And so we're asking that council take those funds back, if you will, and reduce the budget in that area. The others, we've got some outside plan check fees that we will, basically we'll be honoring the permanent revenue that's come in and provide the services that we've agreed to by accepting that revenue. The rest are fairly routine. I won't get too into them, but certainly can answer any questions that council may have. You'll note here at the bottom that $4.5 million number, 4585, again, has already been previously appropriated by council through resolution. And we're just simply summarizing all in one spot so that we have the appropriation and authorization all in one resolution for record keeping basically. That all said, gets us to a bottom line much improved over where we adopted the budget. When we adopted, we were projecting a use of approximately $3.3 million. We're now looking at a much less, less than 50% of what we were projecting, but still showing a use of reserves of $1.2 million in the fiscal year. The next slide brings us to the updated general fund 5-year forecast. You'll see on the first column there is fiscal year 2021. We've gone through this on the first few slides. This really just kind of bottom lines it and puts it in a high level summary that we can look at next to the other fiscal years. Part of the reason I showed the first slide was because much of what we did this calendar year, this fiscal year, was sort of one-time in nature. It's clear, it's been clear, council is very committed to getting back to fully funding the OPEB ARC. And so that was a one-time, literally pandemic-related sort of deferral that none of us hope to have to repeat again. But that and some of the other things that were one time really make future years look a bit more difficult. And certainly this isn't something that council has never seen before, has never done the work to address, and we will continue to do that moving forward so that we don't actually realize this gigantic use of general fund reserves on an ongoing basis out to the year 5, where we would have already exhausted all of the general fund reserves. So this slide is simply a graphic projection of what we went over on the slide before, graphic representation. Showing the yellow area here is really kind of the sweet spot that folks in the finance world would like to see cities living in and around between that 10 and 20% of general fund reserves. Certainly at or above 20 is better, but really that's where they'd like for agencies to be. We see that's where we were hovering for many years, and then the pandemic hit and sort of changed the outlook a bit. But we'll do everything we can to get back to that level and make the decisions necessary to make sure that the city stays with a bright fiscal future. This is a slide that is only slightly different from the one before, but it's here for a specified reason. Last week when we took this report to the Council Budget and Finance Committee, which the mayor, council member Wahab, and council member Lamnan sit on, they asked us to bring a proposal to the full council for discussion and consideration of recommitting $1 million of the previously reduced amount towards funding the OPEB ARC during this fiscal year and during the mid-year process. Essentially what that change means is that the city would use an additional $1 million in general fund reserves this fiscal year. It doesn't change the use of reserves in other fiscal years, so the change remains the same. But what it does impact is the beginning fund balance each year, because simply we would have used $1 million more in this current fiscal year. That's really all of that information relates to the general fund, and these next slides are sort of our all of other fund slides, and then we'll get into CIP a little bit. We've got In the other funds, we've also got some other previously approved items that council's considered already during the fiscal year and approved. We've also got some really a bit of cleanup. Are the larger items down here, the $2.7 million, the $4.7 million towards the bottom of the screen is a transfer out of operating funds into capital funds so that these projects can proceed. It's more of a housekeeping issue than anything else. All that to say, we're looking at a change in expenses and other funds of an increase of $7.6 million approximately. This is the CIP funds. You'll notice there are a couple of familiar numbers here because the transfers to these funds from the operating funds that we showed on the previous page. Another headwork screen project is a large driver here out at for the city's utilities. And the total change in the CIP expense ending at an increase of $8 million over the what we've adopted back in June. No impact from these on the general fund, but certainly an impact to the city and obviously an increase to the funding for projects around the city. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, share any other information that you guys might like, and can go back to this, but I'll pull my screen down so that everyone can see each other and we can have a conversation. At the end of the night, it's my hope that council will support staff's recommendation and approve the resolution so that we can adopt the mid-year budget and really sort of move forward into the fiscal year 2022 budget process, one we've already started work on diligently, and we'll be bringing information back to council here in the near future to consider. As well as, obviously we've kept our eyes on revenues and bringing information back to council frequently, maybe a bit more frequently than we would have in other years, where we could, sort of consider things more cyclical and normal. And we'll continue to do that as we move forward so that you all can have the best information possible to make decisions and guide us.
Thank you. And we appreciate that. So I'll just questions right now. This is a legislative business item, so we'll be having public comment. So Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, one question. Can you explain the OPEB comment that you made? Are you saying that Budget and Finance is recommending taking $1 million mid-year and applying it to our OPEB, and then in July, when we start a new fiscal year, we go back up to the rate, to the normal payment? Is that?
Essentially so. So as you'll remember, we would have contributed $4.6 million had the city been meeting its full OPEB ARC obligation this fiscal year. When we adopted the budget, we adopted with a contribution of $1 million towards the OPEB ARC. The committee wanted for council to discuss and consider adding an additional $1 million at the mid-year point, bringing the total contribution for the city this fiscal year to on an ongoing basis each fiscal year.
And do you know how long? I mean, I guess I know our budget changes year to year, but I mean, do you have a sort of a guess as to how long it'll take to sort of catch up?
That's a difficult question because as we contribute, it sort of changes things. I hate to use the term, but we're really catching up for sins of the past, as many agencies are. This was kind of an unknown and ignored liability for organizations for many, many years. And now it's not. And we're sort of stuck dealing with problems that were created previously. But as we continue to make contributions towards it on an ongoing basis, and the city's commitment through policy to fund it using one-time funds as they come in, and we've had other discussions about other possible funding sources.
So let me stop you there, and I because I promised the mayor I'd be 7 minutes or less. But so if we do contribute that, let's say we went ahead with the 1 million, that then reduces that 4.2 number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we're really looking at 3.2.
Correct.
And is that enough for us to? Is that enough? Is that enough for us to pay for what we need to pay for?
I'll say this: we've got quite a hill to climb. Not news to anyone on this council, but certainly a contribution of $1 million is not insignificant.
Yeah.
And as we stay committed and very strict to meeting that obligation on an ongoing basis, it will start to significantly decrease that unfunded liability, and really help the city to reduce the amount that we're having to contribute on an ongoing basis, maximize the gains that it can the returns it can have on the investment as the funds are in there, and really certainly reduce that number in future years.
Okay. See, Madam Mayor, 3 questions in and out.
Very good. The good questions too. But Madam City Clerk, you are timing these, aren't you? Let's see. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I understand from your presentation, the staff report, Dustin, at this point at mid-year, we're projecting 1.2 million use of the reserves. And that includes designating an additional 1 million to the OPEB? That's not.
That does not include the additional 1 million. That was the second slide towards the end of the presentation, showing that if we do that, it would result in a use of reserves of 2.2 million in fiscal year 2021.
Okay. And I do recall, I think we did another budget update maybe in December or January, I can't remember, but we are having them more frequently. I know you had mentioned that most cities are a lot more relaxed with the reserve policy. Obviously, no one wants to exhaust it. We need to have a healthy reserves. But I'm just wondering, in light of COVID, I'm definitely in support of the 1 million, but did we give any consideration to doing a little bit more than that? Any thoughts about increasing that amount? What would be your recommendation?
Myself personally, I would not, and this is about the only time that you'll hear me say I don't think we should contribute much more towards OPEB in a fiscal year, only because we used general fund reserves last year as we had the second half of the year really impacted our revenues through the pandemic, and we are still projecting a use of reserves this year for a second year in a row. We've also got projections that if we were not to take any action and things were to perpetuate, then we would be showing a use of additional reserves in future fiscal years. Do I think that putting it off further solves the problem? Certainly not. It's punting. We're kicking the can down the street by not doing it. So, it's a very delicate thing, and I certainly don't like kicking the can. I think you know that, and I wouldn't recommend it really in any other fiscal year. But keeping our reserves at this point, when we don't have a clear end in sight for the pandemic, and when we can fully reopen businesses, the economy can recover enough that we're out of this recession, those sorts of things, I do get a little scared about additional use of reserves.
Okay. And then, as I recall, we did not have a budget Saturday marathon session last year because of COVID. We are going to have it this year. Can you
That is the plan.
Explain to me kind of the outline, the purpose of that day, how the structure of that day will go?
Sure. So, what we've done in the past is each department has an opportunity to come to council and present their budget and really highlight changes in their departmental budgets. And it allows council to ask questions about both the department's budgets, their operations, ask questions about, anything that relates to that department that has been sort of problematic or, a great achievement for the year, and really gives council the opportunity to dig deeper into the budget overall, as well as, each department's budget. And we plan to get back to that this year. Obviously, at this point, it is planned entirely virtually. If something should change and things are opened up and everyone gets vaccinated, then, we could be looking at something at a social distancing or, something like that. But we are certainly planning to have it. I believe it's tentatively on the calendar for May 15th at this point.
Oh, I thought it was the 8th. Okay. And then following that, we're still going to have budget work sessions as well, correct? That's
yes,
not the process. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Andrews.
I just have a quick question because this was decided before me, but how quickly are we planning to recoup the Holiday Bowl site reimbursement?
That's Holiday Bowl. Holiday.
Yeah.
My name's Holiday. It's not mine.
Holiday.
So it hopefully relatively quickly, I would guess within the next year. The property has not officially been sold or changed hands. The developer has had an option on that property while the current owner has been cleaning it up and while the entitlements have been going through. So as soon as they get, I think they're, trying to make some modifications to the entitlements that have come to the CEDC. Once that happens, then the property transaction should close, and then the city should be able to recoup the costs. So hopefully in the next year is my guess. It's not, because I think they are really trying to move forward with that project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just saying if there was any way we could try to expedite just to make up for some of the cost if we were to make a contribution to the OPEB, if we were to do the 2.2. So, and that was a big line item there. I was just seeing if there's any way we can expedite that. That was just my one question for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Zermeño.
Just a quick question, Dustin. Do you foresee perhaps another dipping into the reserves from here until July?
I would say what the city has pretty consistently done, last year being the exception, is we adopt a budget that shows the use of some reserves to balance the budget. Where we end the year and what we actually adopt have, for the most part, again, last year being the exception, been different and different in a good way. And we have not realized that use of reserves to balance the budget. A number of things have contributed to that. One, revenues coming in at or above projected amounts. And two, we have not spent everything that's been authorized and appropriated by council, which leads us to a place where we don't have to use the reserves that we may have projected when we were budgeting or sort of throughout the year. My hope is that we continue to do so. We continue that trend with last year having been the exception, and we finished the year at near break even or even a bit above. But kind of only time will tell as far as whether or not we need to use spend the full council appropriation.
Okay, Councilmember Armano? Okay, I don't see any more questions from council right now. So I'll open public comment on this item. We could still have a few attendees, but I'm not seeing any raised hands among them. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of anyone who wants to make a public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any requests to speak.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment and go back to council for discussion and motion. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, and this was actually more in the question section, that you went to public comments pretty quickly.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, okay.
In regards to number one, are we in this particular item discussing the $1 million to pay OPEB, correct?
Correct.
In addition, right? That's kind of like the direction that we are trying to absorb in this.
So what we've presented to council in the staff report and in the resolutions did not include the $1 million, but we are certainly bringing it here to council for discussion. And then if we'd like to amend the resolution, this would be the time to do so.
Okay. So number one, I would like to pay more into our OPEB and the $1 million as the budget committee has directed. Number two, can you go to your PowerPoint real quick? If you don't mind starting at the beginning.
Give me 1 second. Back here. Okay.
Okay. And as we take a look at some of our negotiations and, with staff commitments and so forth, we don't necessarily plan to ask for any further commitments now, knowing how COVID has affected us, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. At this point, there is no intent to ask for additional furloughs. We announced to two of our groups that had the potential for a secondary furlough, depending on how revenues came in last week, that we would not, they would not be responsible for that secondary furlough. And that's certainly not something that we've had discussions about or planned as we go into the next fiscal year.
Okay. And then if you can go to the next slide. All right. And I just want to reiterate the fact that when we talk about COVID, it is, again, not dollar for dollar, and kind of the impact that it has on our budget and, just the amount of time, energy, and so forth. And then we don't necessarily have how many additional hours has been increased due to COVID based on our workforce.
Yeah, and that's not something that we can necessarily pinpoint at this point, because we have, for all intents and purposes, maintained city services throughout the pandemic, with a more of a slowdown towards the front end, but certainly back to providing all the services that we did in the past. And so the efforts towards the pandemic specifically have slowed down quite a bit, to this point. But we can certainly look at that and prepare some analysis based on previous years and those sorts of things.
And I would like to see how much overtime our folks are committed in doing this, especially because it's $1.50 for overtime for each, dollar that people earn. So I would definitely like to take a look at that and, compare it to the last, let's say, 2 years or so, just to see across the divisions, if you will. If you don't mind, if we can go to our next slide. I do want to highlight the $400,000 increase to the budget from cannabis. And that's based off one particularly maybe one organization. Do you see that increase any further in the next 4 months?
I don't know that we'll see this is projecting through the end of the fiscal year. We have essentially 1 quarter's worth of data to base that projection on. Certainly, me, I don't shy away from any revenue. I will take it all. So I hope that we get additional revenue from that source. Certainly, if we had additional businesses that were up and operating that had been, have already been through the RFP process and were approved by council, then we can certainly realize additional revenues. But at this point, that remains to be seen.
Okay. And we are projected to use $1.2 million of the reserves to kind of balance us out, correct?
Correct. And that's I just want to be clear, that's without the additional 1 million that we're discussing for contribution towards OPEB.
So technically, okay. Just for the clarity purposes, where is that $1 million coming out of?
General fund reserves.
The $1 million for OPEB.
Again, general fund reserves.
Okay, so you would assume that by the end of this, it would be 2.2 million?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we can go to the next slide, please.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, you did.
Okay, sorry.
And I just want to highlight to my colleagues when thinking about this is that, and just generally to the public, we deliver a balanced budget each year by taking from our general fund reserve and ensuring that, we cover what we are spending. We spend more than what we receive in revenue. So I just want to highlight that is something that I have had historically a problem with. And I understand that, just in our conversation with the budget committee, that we are hopefully trying not to do this as we move forward. But we have done this multiple years in a row. And then that $2 million eventually, as it would be, my concern is your comments in regards to loosening our 20%. And I want the public to understand that we use, our internal policy is 20% of our general fund will be reserved, meaning kind of like a safety bank, if you will, like a emergency fund of our entire budget in the city, or general fund, I should say. That 20%, I would be opposed to lowering it. I know that was a little bit of a brief conversation. I know that, a lot of the organizations have talked about potentially lowering it or being a little bit more relaxed on it. I'm opposed to that. I do want to highlight that as we talk about our general fund balance being about 33 million or 34 million as we move forward, a city like San Leandro that is smaller than us has a $42 million reserve. So I do want to highlight that. And do you know how much our reserves cover for city operations in general?
I don't understand what you mean.
So, for example, in our household life, if you will, it is often recommended that you have a 6-month savings to cover, all your expenses for at least 6 months in case an emergency happens. How much does our general fund cover?
Yeah, we're looking at closer to 2.5 months or so.
And the reason why I would like a stricter policy around our reserves is because 2.5 months between the month of March 2020 to April, May, we still didn't know what COVID would mean to us, right? And as we know that we were heavily impacted and we took the safety precautions ahead of time, that would deeply affect us moving forward down the line. So I do just want to highlight that we should not look to reduce our 20% threshold. In fact, we should increase it to cover a bare minimum, in my opinion, of 6 months, if not closer to that target range of 6 months. What is your feedback on that?
You know, you'd have to look pretty far and wide to find a finance director worth their weight in salt that would say, "Hey, let's throw caution to the wind and reduce our reserve policy." What I will say though is that industry standards and, you know, quote unquote experts in the area do advise that you keep at least 20% in reserves. And while I can appreciate the, you know, the idea and the fundament in keeping that in my, you know, one's personal savings, it's much more difficult for an organization our size for the city. That would mean this year that would mean keeping between $85 and $90 million in reserves, and that's close to 3 times what we've got.
Yeah. And I definitely want to highlight that it's not that, you know, we need it this year. It's more in the sense that we should work towards increasing it. There are other cities in Alameda County alone that have about 25%. And obviously we have struggled to maintain our reserves at 20%. It has fallen short multiple years in a row in the last, let's say, decade. We know that we were coming out of the Great Recession and we're having difficulties, but I definitely want higher standards for our city. And just in case of another emergency, I know we all assumed as the mayor and I chatted in the budget committee that it would potentially be an earthquake. Obviously, it wasn't. And this past weekend in the retreat, I stated that we may most likely have healthcare crises, similar to this COVID pandemic. So I just want to highlight that, red flag it for you. And then can we have next slide? Yeah, and this is what I want to avoid. So the more we can work towards this and highlight this, the more I would be more supportive of some of the direction we're having. So those are my comments, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to follow that up with a question to the city manager. We did use some money that basically came from the reserve to purchase and then demolish the city center building, a longstanding problem and eyesore in our community. And once we are able to actually market that again, we would be replenishing that. How much was that amount again?
I believe it was about $7 or $8 million.
And that, if that were in our reserve now, it would actually put us over the 20%, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, so
I believe it would. Yeah. And
I would just point out that we have built that reserve because it was much lower in earlier years in my tenure on council, especially in the recession era. So I think we are trying to do that. And then I would ask you, Councilmember Wahab, so you would oppose then putting the extra $1 million right now into the OPEB. Toward the OPEB.
I would like to see other opportunities to pay down the OPEB, as was suggested. And the reason why is because our reserves are still not in a healthy state. And so I just want to see other options.
Like what? Because our general fund is the money we have to spend. Other funds are obligated and CIP. I mean, whatever you would do and what you suggested would still be taking money out of our general fund to do that. So
it would be a little bit more of a clear and disciplined approach. So I would just like to see what the conversation is, and then
now it would have been less money than what we're proposing, but anyway,
maybe that's the balance to strike.
Putting less money toward the OPEB?
Balancing it out of what is our safety net versus what we're paying forward.
And that is what the conversation we need to have tonight. That is basically, I think, what the budget committee is asking the rest of the council to weigh in on. But I know that both Councilmember Lamnon and I did support the extra money toward OPEB. Part of why I can do it is the issue of our reserve is a little misleading right now, because I do think we have a chunk of money that we should, be able to, once we get that city center project moving,
and there's no guarantee, because our city manager said it may be within the year. but we also know that construction projects and so forth has been slightly delayed for a wide variety of reasons. So I don't want to, again,
I think it's a different project, though. I think that you're referring to the Holiday Bowl site, and I think the mayor was talking about the city center building.
Okay, so how long
we have to sell? It's an asset that we have now. We've cleared the property, so we can sell that. And
how quickly can we do
isn't a matter of waiting until a development is built. It's a matter of when we can get a developer.
So how quickly could we do this?
Staff's been working on it, and I think the goal was to bring back some information to council in the next several months, but then we probably wouldn't go out for a request for proposals until the fall.
So
it is a future infusion that we just should keep in mind that it's coming. So I'm going to go to Council Members Ormeño. Did you?
Thank you, Mayor. In my mind, reserves are for emergencies. We are in an emergency. I do not mind the reserves being spent, especially when we know that after the skinny cows, the fat cows come. So in that respect, there are some funds, there are a couple of buildings, we have a couple of places where we have invested money, and eventually those funds can come in. We had our closed session discussion. So I do not mind using our reserves, and I do not mind for a time having less reserves than what we are supposed to have, that 20%, because it is not the end of the world. All right, so that said, I'm going to move on the staff recommendation and also on the recommendation of the budget committee to add another $1 million to OPEB expenses. Is that, Dusty, that is more or less what, okay, very good. And thank you. Very good report, Dustin, as always. Conservative, but it's okay. I appreciate it.
Is there a second? And Councilmember Lamnin, who was really the one who I think introduced this idea of the budget committee and is next to speak. Would you like to second the motion?
I will second the motion.
Okay.
And I'd like to speak to.
Yes, go ahead.
If Francisca's not. Okay, thank you. So yeah, it's not about where it came from. It is about sort of this fiscal responsibility in this moment of, where are we? And we said we would do this when council all voiced concern about not being able to pay the full arc or continue our progress towards because we were ramping up. We knew we weren't totally there yet, but we were ramping up. And so I think this is consistent with that direction that, yes, we're not out of the woods, but I appreciate Councilmember Andrews and the mayor reminding us about, we do have some money sitting out there that is likely to come to us in the next 2 to 4 years before we hit that cliff, and that helps me feel more comfortable about this. And then there are maybe some additional funding. I know the federal government's still looking at that. And so and when we start the more we pay to the ARC, the more we save down the road, the less steep our fiscal cliff is. And if I'm saying that wrong, Dustin, by all means, correct me. I know that in the analysis you gave, it showed the impact to the reserves. It didn't necessarily show any impact to expenses in the short term. But we also saw that when we started paying our ARC, our UAL dropped by, tens of millions of dollars. So for all of those reasons, I can support the motion. I do have one question, Dustin. So would you anticipate any of this extra ARC payment coming out of enterprise?
Certainly, yeah. And what's in the general fund, the amounts that we talk about in the model and the 5-year forecast, those sorts of things. That's only the general fund share. We do have it split out, and certainly the employees that are funded in other funds, that liability lives with those funds, if you will.
Or would it make sense for any of it to come out of enterprise?
So we can have the enterprise fund pay their portion for their employees, and we certainly would. But the portion that we're talking about is simply $1 million from the general fund. If we wanted to parse it out and have it done in a different way, we could certainly do that. If that is the case, I wouldn't recommend that we do it tonight with this resolution. If you want me to bring something back in the near future that council could consider, we could do that. I think we could get into a situation where we're creating something on the fly here tonight that could be impossible for us to administer. And I just don't want to have a resolution that we have to come back and say, strike that. We can't, we don't know what we're doing. We need some help here. So that's my only feedback there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess what I was envisioning was that council approves an additional payment of $1 million with the proportionate, share to be allocated per, employee group, or, we know that X percentage of our employees are covered by enterprise funds, and therefore,
And I think we could, I guess if we were going to do that, I would recommend that we don't do that tonight.
No, I respect that.
And I'm okay with either approach, and bringing something back next week, 2 weeks, whatever, in the very near future, if we want to do that. But adopting a resolution tonight that's indefinite like that would really create an administrative nightmare for us.
Our job is to not create havoc, so I respect the concern there. So I'll just ask my colleague, Councilmember Zumeno. Jen, this is really just a question. What are your thoughts? Would you prefer we just keep it clean and simple and we say it's $1 million out of the general fund reserve, or do we want to wait a week or two and have kind of the math of where it could be allocated, some from general fund, but not all of it? What is your thought? And you are muted. It's contagious.
It sure is. My thought is to keep it as simple as possible. I certainly would not mind having another $1 million from our different pots that we have. As you mentioned, we have enterprise funds, and maybe take $500,000 from the airport and $500,000 from the water, and put another $1 million elsewhere, if it's doable. So let's get our attorney Michael on this. Can we do it? But at the moment, I like Dustin's recommendation. Take $1 million, and if something comes up in the future, then we can speak about something else. I know that your thoughts, colleague Lamnan, but I think this at the moment is the simplest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about also Councilmember Wahab's, balancing the reserve question. So, okay, I appreciate that. I'll maintain my second.
Yeah.
As is. Thank you.
This is an emergency, and it's an emergency action. That's what it is.
If we would want a motion for the other recommendations.
Right.
But
different.
But we'll go with this. Okay, we'll go with the motion that was made and the seconder. Okay.
So. Yeah, I think when we talk about the budget in the coming up, maybe we talk about is there any bandwidth in the enterprise funds to make an additional contribution?
There we go.
And let that be, as Dustin is pointing out, a more thorough conversation at that time.
Yeah, and with our policy of doing this every year, with actually even more, I think that is a good thing to look into. Are we leveraged? Are we getting the money from where it should come? And if and it very well may be that in the future we can draw part of the contribution from those funds, because it is they have employees in this system. So yeah, good. It was a good suggestion. I don't know that I personally would have wanted to hold up tonight, but I think Dustin, you heard it, and think about that and bring it back to us when we do.
And I can assure each of you that each fund pays its quote unquote fair share, and that the general fund is not simply subsidizing all of the other funds when it comes to CalPERS expenses, OPEB expenses, benefits, all of those things.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I'm in support of the motion as is, and just a reflection on this whole conversation. I hope that we are not going down a path where we make it policy, where we start to look around town and do an inventory on what building's going to bring us this and what building's going to bring us that and what parcel's going to bring us this and because that's what tonight sounded like. And so I want us, we cannot budget with that kind of attitude, and we can't budget with that kind of approach. And so, I just put the caution flag out because, it worried me. But nonetheless, I will be supporting the motion, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
It's kind of like don't count your revenues before they are received, huh? Okay, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. And I appreciate Councilmember Salinas' comments. That's exactly kind of the debate that's been had over the past couple days / forever on this topic. I do want clear-cut policy and try to stick with it. That is my biggest concern, and I think Director Clausen can appreciate that. One of the things is that the Budget Committee did suggest the $1 million to the OPEB. That was a unanimous decision. We all agreed with that. However, my hesitation and my reluctance in some items, or the thought process around this, is more just the long-term, what we are doing with our reserves. If you guys take a look at this fiscal year model, mid-year model, kind of the Excel sheet that's a little bit longer, our reserves are dipping each year. And I know that this council worked really hard in the previous years, especially to get out of the Great Recession, but we will not have an emergency or safety net. And priority first, before actually paying down the OPEB and so much more during an emergency, during a pandemic, is to make sure that we have staff, that we are paying their bills, their salaries, their livelihood and their families as priority one, before we look into paying down something that, we can delay. And that is the reason why it was delayed. So that is my air of caution for this entire council. Priority number one has to be, we have our day-to-day operations. We are able to do service everybody. Our police are out there, our firefighters are out there, our maintenance is out there, and our staff is regularly working on projects. I do not want to rely on the potential concept of potentially selling something for a figure that we all know keeps changing. So I just want us to be cautious in this aspect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, I mentioned the Holiday Bowl site as it was a line item, as something that was going to be returned to us. But the reason why I asked that question was because I was concerned about the timeline, about how long is it going to take for us to get the money, similar to the other questions about how long is the city center going to return money, and how long is any of these other projects that will come online would take. And I feel that I'm not necessarily trying to count our chickens before they hatch, but more of, it would be great to have some sort of forecasting of when this money is going to come in to understand the cash flow. And I didn't really, it sounds like that might be something that the Budget Committee can review in order for me to have a full picture for us to make a decision like this. And also, if there are concerns, if I hear a unanimous vote from Budget Committee on an item, but I don't see the concerns from Budget Committee in the PowerPoint, then I don't have a full picture of what the Budget Committee talked about. And yes, I can go check the minutes, or, I could do that, yes, but I also kind of rely on staff to kind of give me the full picture of what was discussed versus saying everyone is in agreement of this recommendation. And I do take Director Clausen's concerns to heart and want to know, why does it have to be $1 million? Is it $500,000? Is it $750,000? Do you feel more comfortable with another amount? Are there other opportunities here, or is it just has to be this $1 million? So just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and I think maybe what we do need when we deal with the budget, the fiscal year 2022 budget coming up is to have an idea of some of those things when we're looking at all of the funds that we have and the reserve funds and all, what is outstanding that might play into it. Not that we can count on it for sure, but some of it more, but at least some of that's going to come through, and probably a good portion of it, but it'll give us a clearer picture. So I think it was okay to bring that up and to ask those questions. So, and I don't see that any other council members want to speak right now. I think everybody has actually. So, and I will just say we work very hard to do a balanced budget, but and often when we have proposed a budget that is balanced with some reserves, we actually end up having not using those reserves, and in fact, even adding to them. And we had that had been happening for a while until we hit COVID era, which, there's no city in the country probably that hasn't suffered some. I think we have fared somewhat better than a lot of other cities because of the, at least in large part because of the diversity of our economy here. And that a lot of things that produce tax revenues in Hayward did not shut down. Obviously, it's not completely true, but anyway, the picture. I mean, the main message here is the picture is actually brighter than it was when we set this budget 6-7 months ago, and that's good news. We're still showing that we'll end the year with a 1.2, or now if we do this $2.2 million deficit, but use $2.2 million use of reserves, but that can change too, as the revenue picture got brighter from the time we set the budget. Maybe it will get brighter by the time we get the year-end revenues in much later this year. So with that, and Councilmember Salinas, did you put your hand up again or just not take it down? Okay, you took it down now. With that then, on the motion by Councilmember Zermeño, seconded by Councilmember Lamnin to approve the staff recommendations on the mid-year budget with the addition of designating an extra $1 million putting an extra $1 million into the OPEB account. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Just to confirm, this is not a final review of this OPEB amount for the $1 million. It is final.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And just to be clear, I supported the budget recommendation to come for full discussion for the entire council. Mm-hmm. Just FYI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to say yes with reservations, but yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Reservations noted.
Councilmember Lamnin.
No pressure. Yes, I vote aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
No.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion passes with 6 aye votes and 1 no vote. And thank you all for, the attention to this mid-year budget review. And it's just a warm up to what we're going to come to in a couple of months with the full budget picture. And, you must be really looking forward to that, Council Member Andrews, since you haven't had to deal with it before. So I see the excitement on your face. Okay. That brings us to City Manager comments this evening. Madam City Manager, do you have any comments?
I do not have comments this evening.
You don't have any? Okay. You've been very quiet too. All right. Well, then that brings us to council reports and announcements. Did we comment ourselves out on all of the other items? Wow. Really? No hands are going up here.
It'll take, I've already maxed my 7 minutes.
That's right. You have, but I don't know what we're going to start applying that across the board too, I think. But no, it was a good discussion tonight on everything, I think, everybody. So I do have one. Or sort of a report on the city manager and I attend every other Monday meetings for organized by Supervisor Valle for the mayors and the city managers and other staff in his district. And usually we're hearing from this started with the onset of COVID, and we usually hear from the public health officials about where we are, what color we're in, what the new regulations are going to be. But this week, we did not hear from them. We heard from District Attorney Nancy O'Malley, and one of the things that she was discussing with us is the increase in hate crimes recently, and in particular, it appears against our Asian residents. This is very concerning. A speaker earlier this evening brought it up, our commitment to an inclusive, equitable, and compassionate community. And while I'm reading from a flyer produced by the District Attorney's Office, it's certainly true of Hayward too, that there is no place for hate-motivated conduct or hate-driven words based on race, gender, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Everyone, regardless of status, has the right to be safe and protected. So District Attorney O'Malley's office has taken this very seriously, and it pledges to treat every individual in this county with the care, respect, and dignity that each of us deserves and respects. They have established a hotline for hate crimes in the District Attorney's office. I'm going to read it. I don't really have a way of putting it on the screen, I don't think, at the moment, but I'll read the number. It's 510-208-4824, and ask the city manager to have our communications department put this on the website in some way. And District Attorney O'Malley promised that when people call this line, and if they are able to identify the person who engaged in this behavior in a way that that person can be contacted, the district attorney's office will go talk to them. And I'm not saying they're going to be arresting people it's a difficult situation, but she promised that they will go out and have a conversation with people about this behavior. So I just wanted to put that out there today.
Can you repeat the number, please?
Yes, 510-208-4824. Stop Hate Crime hotline. Okay. And with that, seeing no other hands raised, tonight, I think that it is fitting to adjourn our meeting in honor of the 500,000 people in the United States, including approximately 193 Hayward residents, and actually the 2.5 million people throughout the world who have lost their lives due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we will, in their memory, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Bye, guys.
Good night. Thank you.
Good work, everybody, tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The recording has stopped.